Now let's discuss the questions from Science and Tech, Environment and Geography in your Simulator 10, right? The first question was about keystone species. Very quick revision. What are keystone species? You know that, okay? When you're trying to build an arch, whenever somebody is trying to build an arch, what happens, or maybe a rounded arch, what happens is that you have a bunch of blocks or cobblestones or bricks, whatever it is, you have to put on top of each other. But the problem is that the entire structure has to be supported, right? It is unstable till the time one specific piece is put into the arch, right? Till the time this specific piece is put into the arch, the entire structure is unstable. And this piece is called the keystone. This specific stone is called the keystone because it holds the arch together. By that logic, in an ecological system, if there is a species which keeps the entire ecosystem going, right, which keeps it all stable, that species will be called a keystone species, right? It can be of different types. You can have predators acting as a keystone species. What that means is an apex predator, the animal or the organism which will eat the secondary level organisms, they can act as a predator. You can have lions, tigers, things like that. They can be a predator type of keystone species. Or else you can have ecosystem engineers. You can have ecosystem engineers which modified the environment in such a way that the rest of the ecosystem works properly. Say for example, you have beavers who will build dams. You can have corals, of course, polyps that are building corals, and then it keeps the entire ecosystem stable. Other than that, you can have mutualists. The third category can be mutualists, which when acting in tandem with another species, when it is two or more species who are interacting with each other to keep the entire ecosystem stable, that will be a mutualist type of keystone species. For example, when we are talking about bees and flowers, you know, there is a lot of discussion about why bees are so important to the ecosystems, because not only do they pollinate a bunch of plants, but also it keeps the entire ecosystem functioning smoothly. So there are a lot of types of keystone species, that is the idea. Now, will they be in a specific type of environment, in a specific type of ecosystem? No, they can be in marine, terrestrial, saline, rivers, lakes, all of the places where organisms exist. Of course, they can be a keystone species. Other than that, what are the types of species that we study? We study, and this is for you to revise very, very quickly. You have keystone species that we study, right? We study about foundation species, the species that are forming the foundation of the entire ecosystem, the species because of which the entire ecosystem builds upon each other. And of course, keystone and foundation can be the same animal also, right? Then we study about edge species also, the species that are found at the ecotone, right? When there is one ecosystem transitioning to another, there is the intermediate place where you will find edge species, alright. That is what we study. Now, what did the question ask you? The question asked you, which of the following statements are correct with keystone species? Marine ecosystems are devoid of keystone species. There are no keystone species in marine ecosystems. Of course, that's not true. And as a ready example, you should remember that, of course, corals are keystone species. They have low functional redundancy. What does that mean? Redundancy means having a backup. When something is redundant, if you have process 1 here and you have process 2 here and they're doing the same thing, right? Say you have one water purifier here and you have another water purifier. If my one system fails, I can use the second one, which is a backup, right? Or which is redundant, right? And that can perform the function in case of failure. Now, in terms of a keystone species, if it's so important and vital to an ecosystem, if that keystone species is failed, then there is no other species to do its job, right? Because the void that it fills, the niche that it lives in, the functional activity, the functional advantage of that species, the functional significance of that species is such that the entire ecosystem rests upon it. So there is low functional redundancy of keystone species. That statement will be correct. All keystone species are always a predator. A keystone species is always a predator. No, of course I told you that there are mutualists, there are ecosystem engineers, and of course other types of keystone species also. So the correct answer was 2 only. Now, what was the next question? We're talking about the Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty. So the BBNJ Treaty. What is this about? The idea of the organization is such that you have India, we study that, okay, when we study the territorial waters of the country, we say that, okay, for 12 nautical miles, and then another 12 nautical miles, and then we talk about 200 nautical miles, yes. The first 12 nautical miles, we call it the territorial waters, right? After that, we call it the contiguous zone, and then we call it the exclusive economic zone. Now, even though the UNCLOS, United Nations Convention Law of the Seas, even though the UNCLOS defines the extent of water, the extent of the ocean that a country can command over, still, despite all of that, when you think of the entire world, right, when you think of the entire world, you have to remember that, okay, whatever these limits are, primarily, it is only this much of the sea that we're worried about, right? It is only this much of the sea when you're signing an environmental treaty or a convention, then it's only a certain part of the ocean that we're worried about. What will happen to the rest of the ocean, the main part of the ocean, all of the free ocean that is beyond the control of a certain country? This specific treaty is about looking at the biodiversity in this part of the ocean, in the part of the ocean which is not in control of any specific country, right? For example, one famous example we study about is what? The Great Pacific Garbage Patch. What is this? This is a continental size. This is a huge amount of garbage that is accumulated in the Pacific Sea, in the middle of the Pacific Sea, wherein it is so big, it's almost the size of an island, right? And why am I telling you this specific example? Because last year we started the cleanup of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Right? We started removing all of this garbage from there. It's a lot of plastic waste and a lot of other things. So, about this treaty, the treaty will work within the framework of the UNCLOS? Yes. It is an international agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity, correct? It will help manage biodiversity beyond the exclusive economic zones of the countries, yes, right? So, the correct answer was D, all three. Now, the next question you had, question 3, was about the Monsoon Trough. Now, what is the Monsoon Trough? This is another name for the ITCZ, right? If you know just one factoid, then you would be able to easily handle this question, because then it becomes a basic conceptual question for you. So, we are talking about the Monsoon Trough as the ITCZ. Why are we calling it a trough? The rationale is that when you are talking about the air pressure, right, the ITCZ is a zone of low pressure and the pressure falls in this zone. So, it looks like a trough, that is why we call it the Monsoon Trough, right? Alright. Now, what are the statements that they are giving you about the shifting of the ITCZ? That is the idea. The first statement reads, the northeast monsoon is the outcome of the southward shifting of the monsoon trough, right? Okay. So, you have India here. You know that this latitude is roughly 8 degrees, right? And the monsoon trough when does it shift southwards? When there is winter in the northern hemisphere, then the ITCZ shifts downwards, right? How do you have winter? That the sun will be in this region, right? And the top region will sort of be in the temperate zone. So the ITCZ will shift somewhere south, right? So where do the trade winds be like? The trade winds will be in this direction, and of course this is what we call the northeast monsoon, right? So statement 1 was acceptable to us. The second statement reads, the breaks in the monsoon rainfall in the North Indian region is the result of the oscillations in the axis of the monsoon trough, right? Now that is correct. What we are saying is that when the ITCZ sort of has an oscillation, right? If there is a pressure difference, if there is a variation in that pressure system, then there is a break in the monsoon, then the rain stops for a few days, right? So 2 is also acceptable to us. Now it leads, now what is it here? It is talking about the monsoon trough, right? So it leads to the development of the thermal low over the North and West India during the months of May and June. What are they saying? That because of the ITCZ, which shifts from here to here to here to here, right? As monsoon proceeds, the ITCZ sort of shifts northwards, right? Every month. So what happens is, they're saying that there is a low pressure zone here, right? In North and Northwest India. That is true. Why? Because we're saying that we have the Thar desert here, which is a strong low, right? You have other deserts here in Pakistan. Even if you don't know the names, it's okay, right? So you know that, okay, this is a desert region in northwestern India, and of course beyond the Himalayas you have the Tibetan, and all of this part actually it sort of heats up during the summer, and that is why these winds are attracted in this region. Therefore, of course, statement 3 is also acceptable to us, and the answer becomes D, 1, 2 and 3. Now question 5, very quickly about the UNFCCC. The Conference of Parties is the supreme decision making body of the convention. Yes, when we say things like COP26, COP20, COP, all of that when we are talking about, it is the meeting of the UNFCCC, and what they do is the representatives of the countries they come together and they make decisions for the future of the environment of the world, essentially. Next statement reads, the UNFCCC Conference of Parties meet has been held in India only once. Yes, that is correct, and that was what? COP8, right? Okay. Under the ratchet mechanism of the UNFCCC Paris Agreement, countries are required to revise their emission targets every 5 years. So Paris Agreement in 2015, one landmark agreement which gives us what? Nationally determined, you have NDCs, nationally determined targets. So they have to come, and every 5 years you have to revise your contributions. So every country will tell us that, okay, this is the target that I have given myself, right? I will reduce my emissions by so much % at this and this date, right? So your nationally determined contribution has to be revised every 5 years. That is the idea behind the UNFCCC's ratchet mechanism, right? So all 3 were correct for question 5. Now for question 6, they're asking you have the Make Peace with Nature report. Who gave this report? It was UNEP, right? And what was so significant about it? The report lists what? 3 critical challenges of the world, right? The 3 self-inflicted planetary emergencies. What have they called it? They've called 3 things the self-inflicted planetary emergencies. What are we saying? That humans have created these emergencies on their own. This problem is self-inflicted. We've done this to ourselves, and it is an emergency of the planetary nature. What is it? One is climate change, one is pollution, and one is biodiversity loss, right? So these are the 3 planetary emergencies that the UNEP report has focused on, right? The next question now is with reference to the faint galaxies. What is this? The idea is, the key point is that recently Indian scientists discovered a faint galaxy, right? What does it mean? These are galaxies with low surface brightness than the surrounding sky. What do we say? That when you have the view of the microscope, you have the galaxy somewhere here, but the light from this galaxy is so faint that it is duller, right? In comparison, it is less bright than the rest of the background that we see, right? And that's why it's called a faint galaxy. The idea is that it is very, very far away, right? And the light that it's emitting is very, very low, right? It's very little light, and that's why we can't really see it that easily. And further, that is why the discovery becomes so much more significant, right? It means that we have powerful telescopes, we have powerful statistical mechanisms to see this sort of galaxy. And do they account for more than 50% of the mass of the universe? Of course not. If you remember from your knowledge of space technology and other awareness, you know that, okay, most of the mass of the universe is actually in what? In dark matter, right? Okay, so the correct answer was 1 in 3 only. The next question is about sea surface temperatures, right? So what are they saying? Sea surface temperature reflects the thermal energy available in the upper ocean. So when you're talking about the ocean, there are various depths of the ocean. Sea surface temperature is only in the top layer, right? The top 1 centimeter or so of the ocean. But the statement is saying it reflects the thermal energy available in the upper ocean, right? And the upper ocean, of course, will be upper ocean, middle ocean, bottom ocean, right? So of course the sea surface temperature is only a part, a very, very small part, only the top skin of the ocean, and therefore this cannot be right, alright? Ocean mean temperature is better at predicting Indian summer monsoons than the sea surface temperature. So the thing is that till now the Indian meteorologists, people who are studying the temperatures and the weather, we have been using sea surface temperatures to predict Indian monsoons. But from your current affairs, what happened was that recently meteorologists found that if we use the ocean mean temperature to try and predict the Indian monsoons, they find a higher level of accuracy, right, in this sort of prediction. So that's why the scientists have postulated, the scientists have proposed that we shift to OMT calculations instead of sea surface temperature calculations. So this is the factoid that you need to know, alright. This is your awareness. Now, ocean mean temperature is used for predicting the total amount of India rainfall received in the monsoon season. Now see, the logic is that this method of predicting the monsoons using OMT is fairly recent, right? This has just been discovered that, okay, we could do this also, right? This is more accurate instead of what we're already doing. But the third statement is talking about what is the process, what is the mechanism that we're using at present, right? So at present we're using sea surface temperature and not ocean mean temperature, alright? So the answer was 2 only. The question is being framed in such a way that you have to apply your mind to just grasp the meaning, and once you know the meaning, and if you know just one small fact that, okay, some scientists told us that we have an alternative which is better, then you would be easily able to solve this question, right? Now, question 12. They are asking you about the Uncanny Valley, right? It is in the news with context to what? So let me tell you what Uncanny Valley actually means. Since we are progressing very, very quickly in the fields of robotics, right? You know, humanoid robotics are now a reality. We have a lot of things like Alexa and voice assistants and Siri that you can talk to robots and artificial intelligence. Now, the reaction and the interaction of humans with such sort of technologies is also a very important field, right? And among that, there is one concept of the Uncanny Valley, right? How do humans feel when they're confronted with a sort of robot? So how we do that is we plot empathy versus similarity to humans. I'll write it here. Alright, now how it varies is how human interaction varies is, say for example 100% is somewhere here, right? This is something that looks 100% like a robot, right? So as it grows, as the similarity to human grows, our empathy to it also grows, right? The empathy to the object also grows, and when we're around 40% here, it peaks. Alright, so we're talking about maybe you have a robotic arm, right? You have a prosthetic arm somewhere, so you'll have very little empathy towards that, right? Then you have a very clunky looking robot maybe somewhere here, right? So your empathy sort of increases, right? You have a Roomba which cleans your floor, so you still have some empathy with it. You don't want it getting hurt, or maybe you have a toy, right? Then as more human likeliness grows, as the ability to perceive emotions grows, as the ability of having a story grows, so you can have a cartoon character somewhere here. So when you watch Tom and Jerry, you do have some sort of empathy for the character also. Now the interesting thing happens after this. As the likeliness to humans grows, right, as the similarity to humans grows, our empathy falls very sharply. What I'm saying is, as it grows more similar to humans, we have this reaction of being very, very uncomfortable in the presence of a robot which is very similar to human beings. Say for example, a robot with a humanoid robot with silicone skin, right? Or you have something even which is from fantasy, maybe you have a zombie, right? You have things that you call ghosts. Anything that is quite similar, or very importantly, one example is a corpse. A dead body also makes us very, very uncomfortable, and of course it has similarity to humans. It does look quite like a human, it is essentially a human body but devoid of life, and that makes it very uncomfortable for human beings. So all of these examples, they fall into this part of empathy, where there is a valley, there is a sudden dip in the empathy that we feel for this type of thing, right? And even things like the humanoid robots, you know of Sophia, which is being created in the world, right? There are a lot of other robots also, they make people very, very uncomfortable. So that is the uncanny valley. Some research suggests that the reason that this exists is because at one point of time human beings had other species of humans, right, that were there, not Homo sapiens, but other, you had Homo neanderthalis, you had other species, and that sort of dynamics might have contributed evolutionarily to this sort of response that human beings have. Anyhow, the uncanny valley, the answer here will be the unsettling feeling which humans experience while making eye contact with a robot, right? Okay, question 13. Which of the following is or are favorable conditions for temperature inversion to occur in the lower levels of the troposphere? Very, very quickly, you know, the temperature variation by with height in the atmosphere is somewhat like this, and you hit pauses in the middle, right? So you have the troposphere here, at the bottom you have the troposphere, and the temperature of the atmosphere falls with increasing height, right? So this is increasing height and this is temperature, right? So as height increases, temperature falls. At the tropopause, the change of temperature stops, right? After that you have the stratosphere, where temperature starts to increase, right? Then you have the stratopause, where again the temperature increase sort of halts, right? After that you have the mesosphere, again reducing temperatures, mesopause, and then the thermosphere, where the temperature increases beyond what is there at the surface. Now what are we talking about temperature inversion is that the temperature profile changes from the pattern that we expect. So close to the surface, I expect that if this is the surface of the earth, as I go higher, right, temperature should decrease. But if what happens is that the temperature is lesser here and more here, this means that the temperature has increased, the pattern is changed, and this is what I will call temperature inversion, right? So this is what we're looking for. That is the essential concept. Now they're saying that what are the types of temperature inversion that are possible? That is the number of options that you have, right? Type 1 is what? Radiative temperature inversion. You know that the surface of the earth is heated by solar insolation. Yes? So when the sunlight comes in, it heats the surface, and this surface then radiates heat, right? And then that will heat up the lower levels of the atmosphere, right? But what happens is, this radiation, this heating from the surface should be what? In the form of heat, right? And not radiation. These are different wavelengths of heat which can be radiated by the surface. Now what happens is, if the surface loses more of its energy as radiant heat, as a type of light, if most of the light is sort of sent off as radiant heat, right, then the amount of heating that is done at the surface level, at the contact level of the atmosphere, that will decrease, and that will mean that this part of the atmosphere is cooler than the successive layer, right? And that is what we call radiative temperature inversion, right? And this is sort of something that will create radiation form. The core explanation that we talk about here is, this radiant heat loss is greater than incoming solar radiation, right? So it can be because this heat loss has increased, or maybe this incoming radiation has been blocked by clouds or so, right? So there can be multiple reasons why this happens. One more type is what? We talk of valley inversion. That when you look at profiles, if you have mountains here, mountain 1 and mountain 2, and there's a valley in between, what happens is, the top of the valley will lose heat, right? They will radiate whatever heat that they had during the day, and then this air mass will become cool, right? And this cool air will sink into the valley. Once it's there in the valley, this cool air will stay here, right? And the slopes of the mountain can then later heat up, maybe in a successive day, right? So this air mass can now become warmer, right? And naturally this is again a temperature inversion situation, right? One more type will be albedo. You have the surface which is covered with a lot of snow, right? If there is a lot of snow, most of the incoming radiation will get reflected. We call this the albedo, right? So when that happens, of course, less incoming solar radiation will mean less heating of the surface, right? So naturally this part of the atmosphere becomes cooler, and the rest of the upper layer of the atmosphere will remain warmer, right? So that was temperature inversion. What did they ask you? They said loss of heat by terrestrial radiation exceeds the amount of incoming solar radiation. That is true, one favorable condition. Radiative temperature inversion. High wind speeds result in the mixing of heat in the lower layers of the atmosphere. Now see, if you have cold air here and warm air here, and you have what? You have high wind speed, right? Wind is flowing at high speeds, then due to turbulence these two air masses will mix, right? And then the situation, the condition of temperature inversion will be lost, right? Because that happens, option 2 will not be a situation conducive to the formation of temperature inversion. Snow covered ground surface leading to the reflection of incoming solar radiation. Yes, I told you that is a mechanism of temperature inversion. So the correct answer for you here was 1 and 3 only. Okay. Then we're saying, which of these are the challenges faced during the rewilding of an animal? So in terms of rewilding, I want you to know two types. One, when you see this keyword rewilding of animals, right? This is type 1. So be very careful if you ever see this word in your exam. rewilding in terms of an animal means that you're reintroducing that animal back into the wild. Say for example, you had a lion cub which was bred in captivity, you had it as inside a zoo or something, and then you're trying to rehabilitate that animal into its natural habitat, right? So that will be rewilding of the animal. The problems or the concerns here will be what? The animal has not learned from its community, from its mother, certain cultural habits, the traits that the parent will teach them, how to hunt, how to look after themselves, how to track the land, things like this, they won't be able to learn. So that is one problem. So I'll teach this, I'll write this to be learning, right? That is one issue, right? The second issue can be that it of course is an expensive endeavor. Why? Because once you introduce the animal, you have to keep track of it, right? You have to have manpower looking after it, you will have technology that is involved. Then it can be that if there is one single event, say for example you had one population of animals and you sort of let them go into the wild and they have a catastrophic event, right? There is some threat, there is some incident that happens that ends up killing that animal. So then you can't really protect that species, right? That particular organism. So that is one problem. So, and one more thing can be risk. Say for example, you have a very dangerous sort of animal, you have a tiger that you are trying to release into the wild. As long as it was in the cage in the zoo, as long as it was in a closed perimeter, then the people around were safe, right? If you release this animal out into the wild, then it can be problematic for the rest of the people who live in the region, because, or say for example other animals also, to release this animal out into the wild, which can be a predator and then attack other organisms. So that is rewilding of animals. But what I want you to remember additionally is there is one more process, rewilding as a process. Why this is important is, if it is given, if the keyword is given in context to the United Nations Environment Program, there we know that the United Nations is given one definition wherein rewilding is a method of restoration of natural ecosystems. So it says that, what is it? It is a method for restoration of natural environments. Now what does this mean? It means that rewilding is one process in which if you have an overexploited or an exhausted or a contaminated piece of land or any environment, the idea of letting it regenerate, of letting it restore itself by leaving it be, right? By leaving it alone, by sort of not interfering with its natural regeneration, is also called the process of rewilding, right? So I want you to please remember, rewilding in terms of an animal means sending that animal back into the natural environment, but when we're talking about rewilding as a process, it means a natural method of rejuvenation or a method of restoration of a damaged or stressed piece of ecosystem or a piece of environment, right? Or that region, letting it regenerate on its own. So that was some background. What was the question? The species reintroduction program is an expensive project. Yes. Lack of survival skills of species born in captivity is a problem. Catastrophic natural events decimating the newly reintroduced population, that is possible. Risk of captivity, rare animals attacking human beings after introduced in the wild, all four are possible. The correct answer is D, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay. Now, what is question 16? OECM's other effective area-based conservation methods. What I want you to revise very quickly is, what does IUCN give us? You know, IUCN is an important body that looks after the conservation of species, right? So IUCN gives you one, the red list threatened species. It gives you a green list also. Yes, and other than that, there is one more group that the IUCN defines, and that is called the OECM, other effective area based conservation methods, right? What we are trying to do is, we are trying to protect a species or a group of biodiversity in situ, inside wherever they live, by protecting the entire area as a group. Alright, why is it in the news? It's in the news because recently in Gurugram in Gurgaon, the Aravalli Biodiversity Park, that was given the status of an OECM location, right? What is important, what is interesting about this national park? Earlier it was a mining site, right? But by citizen action, but by cooperation, it was transformed into a biodiversity park. And a study in 2018, they told us that it supplies almost 7% of the oxygen requirement of the Delhi NCR region. So it's like the lungs of this region. So that's why it's been given this status. One more thing you want to know is that who maintains the list of OECM? You know, red and green list, of course, IUCN does it on its own, but the OECM list is by United Nations Environment Program, all right, and there is a world database there. There is a world database maintained by the UNEP, and the center, the specific agency, WCMC, World Center for World Conservation Monitoring Center. World Conservation Monitoring Center maintains this list of OECMs. So what was the question? It is a status given to areas that focus upon in situ conservation of biodiversity. Sure enough, the tag is given by IUCN. Sure enough, the tag imposes a legal obligation on countries for the proper conservation of the designated site. No, this is not true. It's a sort of a subtle push that is given to the countries to sort of protect this area. The Aravalli Biodiversity Park in Haryana, you know, Gurgaon is in Haryana, so correct, is India's first OECM site. So this much is correct. The correct answer is B, 1, 2 and 4 only. Now we have a question about saturated fats. Very, very quickly, let's go through what are saturated fats, what you need to do, what you need to know about them. The fat, in essential, in biology, how we define fat is that it is a long chain carboxylic acid. It's a long chain acid. Essentially, it is a very long chain of carbon atoms, right? A long chain of carbon atoms, and somewhere there is an acid group on it. All right. Now, what is a saturated fat and what is a unsaturated fat? So, what is a saturated fat, right? And what is an unsaturated fat? Okay. Now, one basic GK factoid of information you should know is, one carbon atom wants to form 4 bonds to be stable, right? In chemistry, carbon atoms want to form 4 bonds, right? So you can make a single bond, or what can happen is that you can have a double bond somewhere, right? Or maybe you can even have a triple bond, right? So you can have carbon atoms with single bonds, you can have carbon atoms making double bonds, carbon atoms making triple bonds. So now it's only got 2 options left. Here it will make 2 each, and here it makes 4 bonds each, right? So what happens is, if you have a type of fat, right, in which all of the bonds are single bonds, right, then this will be called a saturated fat. What that means is that it is saturated, there is no more space here, there is no scope of breaking down the bonds, the carbon is working at its maximum ability, right? It has formed 4 bonds each, right? So there are no double bonds in a saturated fat. But when we are talking about an unsaturated fat, what happens is, somewhere in that long chain of carbon atoms, you have at least 1 double bond, right? So somewhere you have one double bond between the atoms. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? These carbons are acting like this. There is an unsaturation, there is a double or triple bond in the carbon chain. So this will become an unsaturated fat because there is a scope there to break that bond and add something else there, right? That is very basically what is the difference between a saturated and an unsaturated fat. Now, when you have a saturated fat, it will be solid at room temperature, right? And unsaturated fat is usually liquid at room temperature. All right, that is one thing that you should know. So when you want to think of examples, think of fats that are solid at room temperature. You have things like butter, right? You'll have vanaspati ghee, you'll have ghee, of course animal products, you'll have lard, other types of fats that are of animal origin, right? And of course any other solid fat that you find in your diet, right? Liquid fats, of course, all of your mustard oil, olive oil, rice bran oil, all of those things, they will all be unsaturated fats. Then again, if you have one double bond, then it is monounsaturated fat. If you have multiple double bonds, then you have polyunsaturated fats. So when you look at ads and they're telling you, okay, this is MUFA, right? This is PUFA, that is polyunsaturated fatty acid. Monounsaturated fatty acids, right? That's how you define unsaturated fats. Now, that is about saturated fats. How does this correlate to cardiovascular disease and cholesterol? So, now ma'am, what is cholesterol? Cholesterol is this compound that is formed inside our body to essentially transport fat in your blood. What is the idea? You know that your blood is dissolved in a water based medium, right? Your blood is the medium at the base of the liquid, at the base of your blood is water, right? If you try to add fat to that water, it will not mix, right? So what you do is you package it. The body, what it does is it takes this small bit of fat and it adds a type of protein to it, right? And it is called lipoprotein. So that is added to this fat so that you can transport it in your blood, right? And when that happens, that product is called a cholesterol, right? I'm giving you a very basic step, right? Of course, there is a lot of complexity involved in this process, but the core concept is this, that little fat will be packaged with some protein, right? When that happens, you can have different size of that package, right? So you can have low density lipids, right? You can have very low density lipids, right? You can have medium density lipids and you can have high density lipids, right? So what they're saying is the amount of fat inside of that globule, right? You can classify it according to different densities. Now, the thing is that this low density lipid, what it does is, this low density lipid is of course low density, and when you have the wall of your artery, when you have a blood vessel, this low density lipid sort of gets attached to this wall of the artery of your blood vessel. It is a small molecule, so there is some protein at the surface of the blood vessel that this LDL will go and stick to. Once that happens, it can develop into a foam, and as time grows, it can clog your artery, right? And it becomes harder and harder with time, and it can lead to formation of plaque. Eventually, when the entire vessel is constricted, if you look at it from the other end, when this entire vessel is constricted, then blood cannot flow through it, right? And then of course, either this artery will rupture or your heart will give out, right? So that's why this LDL will cause cardiovascular disease, right? But HDL, the high density lipid, what happens with that is, it is a bigger molecule, it has more density. So the idea is that when it is flowing in the blood vessel, it is big enough to not stick to the wall of the artery. Even if it does, another piece of HDL will sort of come, interact with this and break it off and go on into the bloodstream. The important thing is that the interaction of saturated fat and unsaturated fat with our body is such that saturated fat makes LDL and unsaturated fat makes HDL, right? So there is some interaction with the way our body processes fats and then makes it into cholesterol, all right? So now let's look at what the options they've given you in this question. They're talking about saturated fats. They are characterized with at least one double bond in the fatty acid chain, right? I told you saturated fats will be such that there is no more space, right? So they have to be single bonds. The one with the double bond will be an unsaturated fat. So one was wrong. They are not found in animal based products like meat, of course not, I told you. All of the fat that is solid at room temperature, things like butter, things like lard, things like the fat inside of your meat, right? The white parts that you see, that is all saturated fat. They help in lowering bad cholesterol and reducing the risk of heart diseases. No, I told you saturated fats talk about LDL, right? And that is bad cholesterol, right? So they increase bad cholesterol. It is good cholesterol which is found in unsaturated fats that helps in reducing bad cholesterol. So that's why 3 was also wrong and the correct answer was D, none. Now other than this, one more concept that I want you to remember is that of trans fats. The idea is, if you have an unsaturated fat, right, the question is here, where are the other elements placed? If around this bond, if you have the hydrogens over here, right, then this is a cis fat. If you have hydrogens like this, then this is called a trans fat. Why is this problematic? The problem of trans fat is that our body is not equipped to correctly handle trans fat. The idea is that the substrate, that the enzymes, that the chemicals inside of our body, they can only handle this type of fat, right? Because it is of this shape. The way enzymes and it works is that they have to be similar shapes so that they sort of join together. When you have a trans fat, it doesn't interact with our body properly, and that's why it makes you sick. So you need to know that, okay, trans fat are also bad. For this question, however, the correct answer is D, none. Now, question 19. The following statements about the biomes of the world, right? Okay, what did they tell you? Tundra is characterized by widespread presence of reptiles and amphibians. Acha. Deserts cannot be formed in the regions which are under the influence of cold ocean currents. In savanna, actual rainfall is mostly concentrated in the summer season. Tropical rainforest, there is low diurnal range of temperature. Now let's handle the question first, and then we'll do a very quick revision of the different types of biomes that we study. So, tundra is characterized by the presence of reptiles and amphibians. Now you know reptiles and amphibians are what? These are cold-blooded animals. What that means is they don't have thermoregulation capacities that are very well developed. So they depend on the heat from the environment to maintain their biological processes. Now if they would live in the tundra, there would be very little heat here. So in the cold, they will die. That's why one cannot be correct. It has to be in a warm place that reptiles and amphibians are found in large numbers. Deserts cannot be formed in regions which are under the influence of cold ocean currents. Of course not. You study that, of course. A lot of deserts are found at the margins of, western margins of continents because of the impact of cold currents, right? So there is no rainfall here. So this part becomes a desert. So 2 was also wrong. In savanna, annual rainfall is mostly concentrated in the summer season. Now this is true. In the savanna region, you get rainfall in the summer. That's why a lot of grass will grow there. In tropical rainforest, there is generally a low diurnal range of temperature. Diurnal range of temperature means in one day, right, what is the max and the minimum temperature. If this range is low, right, that means that we are talking about a tropical region it just remains uniformly a warm temperature, right? But when the diurnal range is high, it means that the nights were very cold and that the maximum was very high, and this is more of an extreme type of climate which is not found in tropical regions. So 4 was correct. So only 3 and 4 were correct. Now for you, very quickly, let's go through what are the biomes that we study. The way I go through it is, first we'll talk about the climate, then we'll talk about the rainfall, and then we'll talk about the vegetation. So what are the groups that we talk about? We talk about the equatorial zone, right? Then you have the tropical zone, you have the temperate zone, right? After that you have the let's write it like this. We'll take the latitudes directly, all right? So you have 0 to 10 degrees, right? Then you have 10 to 30. Then you have 10 to 30. You have 30 to 45. You have 45 to 66 and a half, right? Or say 66, let's take it to be 66. And then you have 66 to 90, right? The way we group them is, okay, this is equatorial, right? This is hot, this is warm, this is cool, and this is cold, all right? These 5 groups, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups, right? Then very quickly we'll go through. What is at the top? You have polar here, right? Okay, after that you have, what are the types of climate? You have British, right? You have Siberian and you have Laurentian. British, Siberian, Laurentian, right? Then you have Mediterranean in the warm parts, right? Then you have steppe. I'll write Siberian here, steppe here, right? And you have China type of climate here, right? Other than that, you have desert, Sudan and monsoon in the hot region. Desert, Sudan and monsoon here, and here you just have tropical, right? Or equatorial, whatever you want to write. So this is what, this was the climates of the biomes that we study, right? Then when you talk about the amount of rainfall that you have, right? So there is little rain here, right? There is all year perennial rain here, right? Okay. Now you have rain all year in the British type of climate, right? You have summer rain in all of these. Summer. So you know SSS, summer in the middle, right? In your Siberian, steppe and Sudan type of climate, all right. Then you have winter rain in the Mediterranean region, right? And you have very little rain in the desert region, okay. Now in Laurentian region, you have rain all year. China, you have rain all year, and in the monsoon season, of course, you have summer rain, right? So now you know rainfall also. Now for vegetation, very quickly, what are the types of vegetation in all of these? In cold, you have tundra type of vegetation, right? You have mosses, you have lichens, you have that sort of thing. In cool, British type of climate, here you have deciduous type of trees, right? Here in Siberian you have coniferous type of vegetation, right? In Laurentian you can have a mixture of these 3 types, all right? Mediterranean vegetation is again Mediterranean vegetation, specifically fruit trees, orchards, things like that. Steppes are named after steppes, the grasslands, so steppes is specific to that. The China type has warm, wet type of climate. It has like wet deciduous type of vegetation, right? Warm, wet. Desert, of course, has desert type of vegetation. Sudan, savanna will Sudan will have savanna type of vegetation, and monsoon has what? Monsoon type of vegetation, semi-deciduous type of vegetation, specific here. And tropical, of course, tropical evergreen forest in the tropical region, right? So the way I want you to study, revise all of this is, go group by group, keep overlapping, or if you find it easier, make 3 separate groups, right? You know these 5 groups: equatorial, hot, warm, cold, right? Make that. Make one map for climate, one for rainfall, and one for vegetation, right? make 3 mind maps, and then you will have this done in no time. So correct answer for 19 was 3 and 4. Very quickly we have revised the types of biomes also. Now 20. What is biotic homogenization? Okay. Let's do the question first and then we'll go through the core concepts. What does it mean? It is the process by which 2 or more spatially distributed ecological communities become increasingly similar over time. So there are 2 communities which are separate geographically, right? They are distant, there is distance between them, but they are becoming more and more similar with time. So that is biotic homogenization. So let's look at it. Biotic homogenization, we are talking about communities here, right? What is community in ecology? A region in which different species are living together. So that will become a community, right? What happens in biotic homogenization? Your beta diversity is decreasing, right? What are alpha, beta, gamma diversities? Alpha diversity was within the population, right? Okay, within the community, sorry, within the community, what is the diversity in this group of animals that are living together, right? Alpha diversity. What is beta diversity? Beta diversity is between 2 communities, right? What is the diversity there, right? And what is gamma diversity? Gamma diversity is the ecosystem as a whole. What is the level of biodiversity there? All right. Now, how can biotic homogenization happen? It can be 2 processes. Either my community is losing biodiversity by what? By extinction, right? Either there is pressure on the environment, something is happening which is causing extinction of species in the community. That's why overall the variety of species will go down, and then you have lower beta diversity, right? The other thing can be invasive species. If there are species coming in from the outside and damaging the group of species that are there in the community, then of course beta diversity will be lost, and then you will have biotic homogenization. Alright, what are the ways that this can happen? Biotic homogenization, we are saying that the species, the community is becoming similar. What does similar mean? Similar can be genetically similar, that inside all of these species that I had, they have basically the same type of genetics, right? They are clones of each other, say for example, that will be genetic similarity, right? They can be taxonomically similar. You know taxonomy, you have species in genus and species, right? Homo sapiens. So if it is just that species that is left behind, if there is only single species left behind, then we become taxonomically similar. And then you can also have functional biotic homogenization. That means that the community, everybody is doing the same function. There is a lot of redundancy there, right? That will become functional biotic homogenization. So 3 types, you know the basics, and that was the meaning in the option given to you, right? So question 20 was option C. Now, question 22. We are talking about statements with respect to agricultural practices. Rice intensification, aquaponics, zero tillage and crop rotation. What is rice intensification? The idea was somewhere in the 1980s, we wanted to try and figure out how to grow rice as a crop in intensive agriculture, right? So that was rice intensification, very, very basically. What is aquaponics? This I'll tell you in some details. Normally you will grow a crop in what? In soil, right? What happens in hydroponics or aquaponics is you have a tank of water, right? This tank of water has nutritional additives in it, and you will grow your crop over here, right? So you have some water, you have a tank, you have a pump somewhere here, you will have filters, right? And here you will have something to add nutrition, right, to this entire system, and then water will flow across this system and the agriculture happens in the tank, right? So that is hydroponics or aquaponics. Now, what is bioponics? There's one more type. I'll give you names. Okay. So you have hydroponics, right? Or aquaponics. Other than that, there is one more type which is called bioponics. If this nutrition is all organic in nature, right, you're not giving chemically produced additives, then the entire system will be called bioponics, right. There is one more type that I would want you to know about, that is called aquaponics. Okay, so hydroponics was that. Let's talk about aquaponics. Aquaponics is again with water here, but one step is added. If you are rearing fish in a different tank, right, then this fish will eat its food and it will give out excrement, right. That excrement can act as fertilizer for that hydroponics system. So if you take water from this tank and actually give nutrition to this tank for pisciculture and connect it to the hydroponics tank, then this entire system will become what? Aquaponics, right. So when you have hydroponics, the plant grows in water. When you have bioponics, you're using organic additives, and for aquaponics, you're adding a tank with fish in it, alright. So aquaponics. What is zero tillage? Zero tillage is what you're trying to do is, in your patch of land where you're doing agriculture, you have soil there, and before you start to do agriculture, normally you plow the land, right. You will rake it through, you will sort of make the land fluffy, right. You'll take these rakes, they have prongs in them, and you sort of scratch the surface of the land to make it more porous, right. So what you do in zero tillage is, you don't do this process of corroding the land. Why? Because we want to protect it from soil erosion. So all of this will not happen in zero tillage. What you do is, wherever you want to plant your seed, only that part you sort of plow, right. Only that part is dug, right. So that is zero tillage. And crop rotation, of course, you know that one after the other different crops are grown. So what were the options that they gave you? System of rice intensification focuses on the use of genetically modified varieties for boosting production. So there is no genetic modification here, it was just methods to improve and figure out how to grow rice in intensive cultivation. So this was wrong. In aquaponics, crops are highly susceptible to soil-borne infections. There is no soil in aquaponics itself. So please, this cannot happen. Zero tillage farming helps in reducing surface runoff of water. If I don't till my soil, then surface runoff will decrease. This is correct because you don't have a lot of loose soil on the surface. Crop rotation helps in increasing soil fertility. This is true. Why? Because the demands from the soil will change according to the crop, right? As you grow a different crop, it will take different nutrients from that soil. So the nutrients in general have more time to restore, right, to get rejuvenated, because between crop cycles there is more time that is afforded to them, and throughout the entire crop cycle the whole profile of nutrients in the soil can improve, and therefore soil fertility will be better. Therefore correct answer will be 3 and 4. Now with reference to rutile minerals, before we do this question, let's talk about why you should care about these rutile minerals. What is it? Why we've given you this is that this word is given in your atlases when you talk about mineral distribution in the country. But why you should worry that what are rutile minerals and where they are found is because this type of mineral is what? It is the mineral of titanium, right? What is titanium? Essentially it is titanium dioxide, right? So we're talking about titanium dioxide. And why are we so worried about titanium? Because titanium finds a wide range of applications in the real world. In terms of surgery and medicine, when you have broken bones and fractures, when you want to replace bones, what is added is titanium rods, plates and bolts. Why? Because its interaction with human body is one that does not create a lot of infection and rejection, right? It is inert inside the body. That's why there are a lot of surgical applications of titanium. Other than that, it is so resistant to corrosion that we use it in the pipes of industries wherein you have high temperature or corrosive materials, even in power plants, right? So there we use it to make the inner lining of pipes. It is titanium dioxide, rutile mineral directly. It is a white pigment. And as a white pigment, you know, one, it will give you white color, and otherwise also it will reflect a lot of light. So it finds use in paint and sunscreen. So that's why titanium is important. Other than that, there are a lot of drill bits that are made out of titanium, the tips, so that it stays hard, the cutting tool. Other than that, it has a lot of space applications also, because it is a lightweight and strong and durable material which is resistant to corrosion, right? So inside the cryogenic chambers and things. That's why it has a multitude of operations, of applications, right? It is lighter than steel but almost as strong. So that is about titanium and titanium dioxide, its uses. Where is it found? The number one producer is Australia, right? And after that it is India. And for India, there is one plant that you should know of. I want you to know that ISRO has a plant for rutile materials, for rutile minerals. ISRO's plant is called the Kerala Minerals and Metals Limited. So obviously it will be in Kerala. And where is it in Kerala? It is found in Kollam, right? So you should know what rutile minerals are. What are the options we gave you? It is a naturally occurring form of titanium dioxide, correct? It is found in heavy mineral sands that exist in both onshore and offshore deposits. Yes, it is a heavy mineral which is there in sand. It can be used to decipher the timing and conditions of petrological processes, the processes that are creating petroleum and its products. Yes, titanium, the scientific evaluation, spectroscopy, things like that, you can see timing and conditions, because of course it's a heavy metal, right? So its degradation, its radioactive decay, things like that you can use to measure petrological processes and their history. Ukraine has the largest rutile reserves in the world. This much is wrong, I told you. Number one is Australia for rutile minerals. The correct answer was A, 1, 2 and 3 only. 24, about marine heat waves. It is the result of increased oceanic heats and strong El Nino events. Let's see what happens if, of course, what is a marine heat wave? You need to know that, okay, that the temperature of the water has increased substantially. So that will be marine heat wave more than the average temperature. So if there is increased oceanic heat, you'd know that, okay, we can have a marine heat wave. About El Nino now. What is El Nino? El Nino is a part of the El Nino La Nina Southern Oscillation, right? And the warm phase is called El Nino, and the cold phase is called La Nina, right? Why do we call it the warm and cold phase? The idea is, if the overall heat of the ocean is more than the average, then it is the warm phase of the ocean. It is not to do with the temperature distribution. Now you know that when we study El Nino and La Nina, there is a part of the Pacific Ocean which is warmer, which is cold, and one which is cooler, right? So it can't be just that what part of the region is warm or cool that we call it the warm phase or the cool phase. It is because of the overall energy of the ocean, right? So that's why, of course, strong El Nino event will also mean a lot of heat for the ocean. Can it cause dry conditions over the Indian subcontinent? Yes, because it reduces the amount of monsoon that reaches our country. The increase in marine heat waves intensifies the risk of deoxygenation and acidification of marine ecosystems. So heat waves, it will intensify whatever happens because of deoxygenation and acidification, and naturally of course as the temperature increases, the amount of oxygen that is dissolved, that will decrease. The amount of acidification, the impact of that acidification will also increase. So that's why all three were correct. Quite, if you know your this thing climatology strongly, then you would be able to solve this question, but it was medium in difficulty. Now question 37, this is about organic photovoltaic cells. First and foremost, you need to know what is a photovoltaic cell. All of your solar panels that you have, they are using these cells to create electricity. Ideally, essentially what happens is, you have semiconductors, right, and they can be of two types. There is one called N type and one called P type. Basically the type of conducting material that is there inside of the semiconductor. There is a long story there, what doping happens and what internal characteristics change, but for you what you need to know that there are two types of semiconductors, right? And to make a photovoltaic cell, we make a sandwich of these two types. Let's just say type 1 and type 2, we make a sandwich, and the point where these two semiconductors join each other, that is called the junction of these materials, right? Then when a photon, when solar energy is incident on this material, the type of charge carrier that will increase, and essentially some voltage is created across these two semiconductors, right? So what is an organic photovoltaic cell? What we are saying is that instead of using the conventional silicon semiconductor in this sandwich that we are making, what we are doing, we are using a carbon based, something which is living, right? Something which is organic, something which is carbon based is something that we are using to manufacture this type of semiconductor, right? Why we are trying to do this? Because the manufacture of a photovoltaic cell, the manufacture of semiconductors is quite expensive, and it's quite sophisticated. The manufacturing technology is very sophisticated. You have silicon wafers, and this deposition happens, it has to be in vacuum chambers, the temperature conditions have to be maintained very clean, there has to be no dust in the environment, so it's quite difficult. But if you are using an organic system, what the good thing about an organic system is that it will regulate its environment on its own, it sort of grows on its own, right? So we can reduce the costing of our photovoltaic cells. Now what are the options that they gave you? They make use of organic photovoltaic cells, OPVs. They make use of carbon containing polymers as semiconductor material, correct? They are much costlier than conventional PV cells. Again I told you this is wrong. The reason that we are pursuing organic photovoltaic cells is the fact that they can be more cost effective for us. They have higher energy efficiency than conventional silicon PV cells. No, this is not true, because we are at the edge of creating this new technology. Since we are just starting out on how to create organic photovoltaics, their energy efficiency, the amount of voltage that comes out with the same amount of incident radiation, is still lower for organic photovoltaics than conventional cells. That's why 3 was wrong, and therefore the correct answer was A, 1 only. This is about the Central Highland region, which is also called the Madhya Bharat Pathar, right, MBT, or Central Highlands. What we are saying is, in the center of our country you have the plateau region here, the Central Highlands are that region. Now this Satpura Ranges are spread across 3 states of India. Now let's talk about Satpura Range. Think in your mind's eye, where is it? It is somewhere here, right? Now I want you to remember what are the states that we have in this region. You know for sure, okay, Maharashtra is here, Madhya Pradesh is here, Chhattisgarh is here. But please remember that Gujarat also extends to this region here, right? So this part of the Satpura will be in Gujarat. So it's not 3 states, it's 4 states. The slopes of the Central Highlands are from the southwest to the northeast. from the southwest to the northeast. How do you check the slope? You remember what is the direction of the flow of rivers in this region. So you know, okay, you have the Chambal river in this region and it flows towards the Ganga. So of course this will be the slope of the Central Highlands. Fair enough. An extension of the Central Highlands is formed by the 𝐼𝐸𝐻 Hills. Again, this is also true. Going further east from this region, you have the 𝐼𝐸𝐻 Hills at this point, which is also a part of the Central Highlands, right? So that's about it for this question. Nothing worth explaining. Question 38, the answer was 2 and 3 only. Now question 40, with reference to the trends in the health sector of the Indian people, consider the following statements. Non-communicable diseases contribute more to the occurrence of deaths in India than 60% of the communicable diseases. What are we saying? Non-communicable diseases, NCD burden is more than communicable diseases. This is true. 60% of the deaths in India are happening because of non-communicable diseases. Non-communicable diseases are also called lifestyle diseases, right? Diseases which are not because of any type of infection, but there is something already inherently wrong in your body. It can be organ failure, it can be metabolic imbalance, it can be cardiovascular failure. So all of that will be NCD. So that is the larger burden in the country. Since the last 2 decades, cardiovascular diseases are the leading cause of death in India. This is also true. Government expenditure on health as a percentage of GDP doubled between 2013 to 2018. No, this was the target. Instead, what we achieved was around 1.5 to 1.3, 1.5%. That was what we achieved. 1.3 to 1.5 was the range. That was what we achieved. So that's why 3 was wrong and only 1 and 2 were correct. Now, question 4 is about volcanism. Very quickly, hotspot volcanism occurs only at the boundaries of the Earth tectonic plates. No, the tectonic volcanism will be at that boundary. Hotspot can be anywhere. You know that if you have a plate which is below a magma, on top of a magma plume, then you can have hotspot volcanism at that region. Shield volcanoes are characterized by high explosivity and the presence of granitic lava. No, this is the opposite. Shield volcanoes are quite calm, right? They are not explosive. Deccan traps are found due to volcanic activity located below Reunion Island. This much is true. When the tectonic plate containing India, when the Indian subplate was traveling over the ocean region which is in the Indian Ocean now, we had the Reunion hotspot there, and from there we have the Deccan traps that were formed. Volcano above the hotspot never becomes extinct due to continuous eruption of magma. No, of course, as the plate travels forward, the hotspot will get moved, or other than that, the entire source of the hotspot can also sort of cool down, and then that volcanism will end, right? So the correct answer was 3 only. For question 42, consider the following statements regarding various natural hazards in India. The erosion of sedimentary rocks is the main cause of landslide in India, Kerala. You know for sure that, okay, in Kerala, you don't have a lot of sedimentary rock. This is the part of the Western Ghats. And when you talk about landslides in Western Ghats, the reason for the landslide in this region is because of very high rainfall that is there, right? So 1 was wrong. The absence of air movement from the northwestern India towards Bay of Bengal increases the chance of cyclone on the Odisha's coast. They are saying because there is less wind here in this direction, that is why we get cyclones in this direction, which is logical, of course. If there is a lot of wind coming in from there, then you won't have a low pressure zone in Odisha region which will not attract cyclones to this region. So 2 makes sense. Villages of Arunachal Pradesh are disappearing due to shifting of river courses, correct. In the Arunachal Pradesh, this region, what is there? You have Brahmaputra and Meghna, those rivers, and they shift courses a lot, and that's why some villages are being lost, right? You have river islands, there's a lot of deposition in the region. Earthquakes are frequent in Andaman and Nicobar because of the subduction of the Indian plate under the Burmese microplate. This is also correct. The Andaman and Nicobar Islands is because the Indian plate is interacting with the Burmese microplate. So 2, 3 and 4 were correct. Now for question 43, which among the following statements is correct regarding India's climate and weather? Tropical part of India experiences high temperature throughout the year with high daily and annual range of temperature. This range of temperature is low when you have high temperatures. Precipitation mechanism along the western coast is mainly convective in nature. No, we are talking about orographic rainfall in the western Ghats, because in this region of our country the coming of the monsoon winds is thermal, but their interaction with the hills, the interaction with this mountain chain, that is orographic, right? Because there is a rain shadow area, there is a leeward and windward side that interacts. That's why we have to talk about orographic rainfall only. The break in monsoon is the phenomenon wherein the Indian subcontinent receives abnormally low rainfall for 2 to 3 years. No, it's not that long, it's just a few days. The last option, the cold winds originating from the Caspian Sea and Turkmenistan during winter is the reason for excessive cold in the northern part. This much was correct. Question 45, which of the following is a caldera lake? What is a caldera lake? You had a volcano once upon a time. This volcano is now extinct. Maybe some part of this volcano's lip is broken, and inside here you have a lake now. So that is a caldera lake, right? What is the Wooler lake? This is a tectonic lake. Vembanad lake, it is because of Kayal backwaters in Kerala. Baikal is a Rift Valley lake, the biggest, the deepest, largest in volume. But Lake Toba is one which is a caldera lake. 4 is correct. Which of the following groups of animals belongs to vulnerable species in IUCN? Cerro, fishing cat, smooth coat. This much is correct. Your revision for your specific animals, if you know these headline animals, it's great. If you don't know, I always suggest you should skip this question. Making a guess in this type of question is quite difficult. So revise your protected animals, the regions, and then this sort of factual question will be easy for you. For 46, it was A. Now you have 48. Boogyals in Sikkim? No, this is Uttarakhand. Ramgarh crater, is it in Madhya Pradesh? No, this is in Rajasthan. St. Mary's Island in Karnataka is correct. Cheerbatti in Gujarat is correct. Again, specific geographical features. 3 and 4, very, very factual, just match. Okay, question 50. Correct regarding the consequences of climate change on biodiversity around the world in recent times. Will climate change increase the population of krills? What are krills? The small types of fish that are used for feed in the seas, right? Small organisms in the sea that fish feed on. So will that increase the population of krills? No, it is decreasing the population of small microorganisms in the sea. Decrease in the amount of arable land in high altitude regions. So what is happening? High altitude regions are losing snow cover, because of which more land is becoming uncovered, right? The region is becoming less cold and conducive to agriculture. So overall there is an increase in arable land, an increase in cultivable land in high latitude regions. So B was wrong. Decrease in the distribution and prevalence of wild crop species. This is true because wild crop species are not getting support by humans. There is no intervention by humans in their life cycle. So the wild crop species, their populations will fall. Widespread genetic modification among species to adapt to climate change. This is not true, because if that was happening, then most of the species would survive climate change, right? So it's not widespread. Those who can, they will do. And of course, genetic evolution is not something, genetic modification is not something that can happen quickly. So correct answer for 50 was C only. 52, which of the following, 53, with reference to the impact of declining Arctic sea ice, which are correct? It increases the concentration of methane gas in the atmosphere. Yes, because Arctic sea ice it has a lot of methane deposits that were locked inside of the ice sheets, and when they melt, this methane will go up in the atmosphere, and methane, of course, you know, is a strong greenhouse gas. It drastically increases the speed of ocean currents in the North Atlantic Sea. Now the ocean currents in the Northern Atlantic Sea are not thermal in nature. This you need to remember, no. The primary driving force here is salinity. And when the ice melts, the salinity will decrease, and because of that, the currents in this part of the ocean will become weaker. So that's why 2 is wrong. Melting of Arctic sea ice will shift the position of jet stream northwards. Yes, it means warming, so the jet stream will go northwards. It will lead to a rise in regional and global temperatures, of course. So the correct answer is 1, 3 and 4. Raman spectroscopy has potential applications in which of the following? Very quickly, what is spectroscopy? You know, we talk about the electromagnetic spectrum. What that means is, it is the different wavelengths of light, right? So spectroscopy is when you have a piece of matter and light interacts with it, right? Light will interact, it will diffract, it will refract, whatever happens, some part of light will be absorbed, some will be emitted. All of that, when you study the spectrum of light interacting with matter or energy or anything else, or the object of interest, that is called spectroscopy, right? Now there is something called Raman scattering, right? C.V. Raman, who is famous, who got famous because of this. What happens is, you have light that hits or interacts with the molecule of interest, the matter of interest. That molecule will absorb that light and its energy pattern will shift, right? That makes the molecule unstable, and then it will eject the photon again. So essentially, you have a photon. This photon goes and attacks the molecule, right? This molecule, the electrons around the molecule will sort of shift because its energy has increased. This makes the molecule unstable and it will eject a photon out, right? And that is called Raman scattering. The scattered light will be of a different energy level, therefore different color and type. So Raman scattering. If you do spectroscopy of an object with focus on the Raman scattering that is happening with the sample, then what you are doing is, you are doing Raman spectroscopy, right? That is the core principle. Then what can be used? What can it be used for? What is the application of Raman spectroscopy? The question asks, monitoring and quality control in industrial food processing. Yes, if there is a contaminant, how that interacts with light, energizing light, we can see through Raman spectroscopy. Mapping of planetary minerals. Yes, a specific mineral will have a specific footprint, so you can see its presence through Raman spectroscopy. The analysis of drugs, again, specific molecules will have a specific footprint. Measuring dissolved species in water, again by the same logic. Therefore, all 4 were correct. 65, schemes and matching. Kiran bringing gender parity in science and technology sector, right? Correct. Inspire, attract talent for research and innovation, correct. Tara, financial assistance for promoting applied research for women scientists. No, this is not correct. 𝐮𝐵, connecting school students with scientists to enhance students' learning. This one is correct. So the correct answer was 1, 2 and 4 only. Straightforward enough. Directly just what happens to schemes. Tara, of course, is for long-term financial assistance to not to women or girls or something, what did they say? To women scientists. No, it is for NGOs that are working with science and technology, right? So that was Tara. The correct answer was 1, 2 and 4 only. Now 66 is about satellites. Okay, what is the question? With reference to various types of satellites and their orbit, in which they are most commonly placed, consider the following pairs, and then which of the following is correctly matched. Alright. Communication satellite in polar orbit. If you have the Earth here and you're trying to communicate with another person on the planet, and if you use a polar satellite for this job, a polar satellite goes longitudinally across the Earth, right? So over its successive rounds, when the Earth is moving, within a scope of a few days will it only be able to connect to cover the entire Earth, right? Either way it can go. Now if you are here on this Earth surface and you want to communicate to somebody here and the satellite is moving in this direction, then it will be 4 or 5 days till you try to make your communication link. So by that logic, of course, polar orbit is not conducive for communication satellites. Navigation satellites in medium Earth orbit, this sounds okay because you can do Earth observation and traffic analysis from the medium Earth orbit, so that should work. Earth observation satellites in a geostationary orbit will also work, because if you want to see this part of the Earth and you put a geostationary satellite in this on top of this region, then of course you can do Earth observation. Reconnaissance satellite in sun synchronous orbit, that is also correct. They can be placed in either orbits because it depends on the further application, right? What country you are trying to spy on. So 4 is also okay. Correct answer therefore becomes B, 2, 3 and 4. 67, bacteria finds application in which of the following? Production of graphene, yes. Promoting plant growth, yes. Let's give you examples. For production of graphene, the bacteria is called 𝐮𝐻𝑒NNELLA, 𝐻𝐻EWENNELLA, 𝐮𝐻𝑒NNELLA. Plant growth, of course you know, Rhizobium bacteria. Detecting levels of arsenic in drinking water, yes. This is when bacteria is acting as biosensor. Bread does not use bacteria. This is yeast which makes bread, right? Detection of tumors, yes, some bacteria have been genetically modified by scientists at MIT to detect tumors. Production of bread is, however, yeast. Making of curd butt is bacteria. Other food products, all these fermented products, things like kimchi and pickles and things, that is also bacterial action. So correct answer is 1, 2, 3 and 5 only. 68. Which of the following statements most appropriately explains the meaning of space weathering? In terms of lunar missions, you remember that, okay? The process of interaction of solar winds with the lunar surface, right? That is what we were talking about. How there is water, some OH ions, hydroxyl ions are there on the lunar surface. That was the explanation. What are the other options? The gradual decrease in the distance between two orbiting bodies due to friction. So if there is the Earth here and some satellite was going around and around, but because of friction it is losing energy and eventually it will lose orbit and fall into the Earth. What is that? Orbital friction. That is option A. The sudden change of planet's orbit after being struck by a meteoroid, that is not space weathering, and again this does not have a specific name either. The phenomenon of increment in the density of objects in the lower Earth orbit. What we are saying is that my Earth, in the low Earth orbit around my Earth, there is a lot of satellites and junk that is there around my Earth in the lower Earth orbit. The density of these objects around in the lower Earth orbit is increasing. You know, what will that be called? That will be called the Kessler syndrome. Right? What is this? This is about space junk, right? Correct answer, however, for 68 was option C. 69 is about islands and where they are. Barren islands are formed because of the subduction of the Indian plate under the Burmese plate. Again, correct. New Moore Island is because of the deposition of sandbar. This is again correct. And Roth Island is the separation of a part of the continent. No, these are coral islands. Again, very factual. 3 was wrong, 1 and 2 were correct. Moving on. Question 70. Which of the following technologies can be used for improving the shelf life of food products? Photohydroionization. Using light photo to ionize the water inside of the food product. So that is possible to make the shelf life improve. Commercial sterilization, yes, you know, the jars that you see, the food products that you see, they are made sterile by heating them to a specific temperature, killing all the bacteria inside. Blanching, of course, yes, immersing in hot boiling water. Vacuum degassing, yes, whatever that food product the bag is, apply vacuum and remove all of the air inside this package, so this package becomes vacuum sealed, so that will improve the shelf life. Polycrack technology, however, is not for food shelf life improvement. This is actually for fuel production, right? You have fracking that is done to improve get the gas out of the layers of sediment, right? So 5 is not to do with food industry, 1, 2, 3 and 4 were only correct. 72 is about dark matter and dark energy. Dark energy makes up about 70% of the universe. No, it is of course, okay, this is true. Dark energy is 70% of the universe, dark matter is 27% of the universe. So around 1/4 of the universe is dark energy and around 3/4 of the universe is dark matter. And of course, it's not like you add both of these together and you get one. No, these are separate things. However, while dark energy attracts and holds galaxies together, dark matter repels and causes the expansion of our universe. It is actually the opposite. Dark matter is thought to be the source behind the excess gravity that persists in our universe. So gravity, you know, is attractive in nature. So dark matter is attractive. Dark energy is something which is giving energy in the universe, which is creating more kinetic potential energy in the universe, and that will cause movement, right? That will cause displacement, so that will be a repulsive force. That's why 2 was wrong. The Xenon 1T experiment is the world's most sensitive dark energy experiment. No, it is actually a dark matter experiment which can also do some experiments on dark energy, but primarily this is a dark matter mission. That's why the correct answer was B1 only. Now for question 73, consider the following about millimeter wave band. What we are talking about is the electromagnetic spectrum, the spectrum of wavelengths that we are using for communication. So it has the capacity to transmit data over very large distances. No, you know, in the electromagnetic spectrum, I tell you that, okay, radio waves are somewhere here with a very high wavelength. You have visible light somewhere here, and then you have smaller wavelengths over here, microwaves and nanowaves and things, right? Okay, so a larger wavelength has the capacity to transmit data above to a longer distance. Why? Radio waves will go and interact with the ionosphere and get reflected back onto the earth. On the surface of the earth, the wavelength is such that it can travel over buildings, right? A smaller wavelength can of course be interrupted by obstacles. So that's why millimeter wave band cannot transmit data over large distances. In fact, it is a short distance communication technology. It can deliver data with low latency. Yes, you know, it is a fast method of data transmission. It finds application in machine to machine communication systems. Yes, what we are trying to do is in close contact systems, right? If you have one object close to each other, then these two machines can sort of talk to each other. The millimeter wavelength is a short wavelength, and it can be done through 5G also. 5G can also be in the millimeter wavelength. So that's why 2 and 3 were correct for question 73. 74, which of the following constitutes renewable energy in India? Waste to energy plants, correct. Biomass energy, yes. Small and large hydropower, yes. Why is hydropower renewable? You know, that is just water behind a dam that falls onto the turbine. So both small and large hydropower projects will be considered renewable. However, the ecological impact of large hydropower plants is something which is of concern. That's why that does not stop it from becoming a part of renewable energy sector. Nuclear energy, yes, we keep it renewable. Why? Because the waste that is generated is constrained, but we are not we have enough abundance, the density is such of the energy generation that we classify it as renewable energy. Offshore wind energy of course is also renewable in India. So, in India all 6 are considered renewable energy. As we move away from the equator towards the poles, which of the following factors increases? So, again, as I go from the equator towards my poles, what will increase, what will decrease? Number 1 is Coriolis. Coriolis at 0 degree latitude is what? 0. At 90 degree latitude it is max, right? So, when you are going from here to the pole, Coriolis is increasing, right? Salinity of the oceans. At the equator there is a lot of rainfall which is low salinity, right? But in the medium part of the ocean there is high salinity. Then across in the polar, the salinity is further higher, right? But in the middle it sort of decreases. This is not a constant trend. Salinity of the ocean is not a constant trend, right? As compared to the poles, sometimes you have low salinity also, right? So, that is why 2 will not be correct. Surface temperature of the oceans, of course, the surface is warmer here, cooler here. So, this is a decreasing trend against the requirement of our question. Air temperature, of course, will again be decreasing with the increase of latitude. The Earth's gravity, of course, increases. Why? Because the shape of the Earth is such that the radius here at the equator is more than the radius at the pole. So, that is why the amount of gravity will sort of increase with the reduction of distance, because gravity is inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the center of the Earth. That is why you have the correct answer as option C, 1 and 5 only. Question 77, very quickly, just your general awareness GK type of question. Aga Khan Cup for football? No, this is hockey. Durand Cup is football. So, we have interchanged these two. Devdhar Cup for cricket, that is correct. After D.B. Devdhar, Mr. D.B. Devdhar, who is called the grand old man of Indian cricket. That is what the Devdhar trophy is named after. The 𝐼𝐸 Cup is of course about polo. So, only 3 and 4 were correct. Now, question 78, we are talking about sinking cities. Why are we asking you this question is because Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia, has recently been shifted to Nusantara. Why? Because this capital city is at the danger of sinking, of going under the level of water because of rising sea levels. So, that has happened, and that is why Venice, of course, you know, is of course a city with the canals instead of roads. So, Venice is also sinking, Bangkok is also sinking, New Orleans are also sinking. All of these cities, they are at the sea level. The distance from the sea level is very, very little, or they are at the sea level itself, and the waters are slowly flooding in. So, the correct answer for option A, these 4 cities are sinking very slowly. 79, which of the following is the first geopark to be built in the Lamheta village? It is formed for the conservation of the Cretaceous era microfossils of rare plant species. No. It is made for the formation of what? Of rock formations of ecological significance. The fossil species are at the National Fossil Park at Mandala. So, these are 2 different locations, 2 different tourist spots that we are talking about. One therefore was wrong. This Lamheta village is located on the banks of the Narmada river. This is correct. It will help in the conservation and protection of rock formations of significance in nature, correct. The park is a part of the UNESCO Global Geopark Network. No, this is not true. because it is yet to become, it is only recognized by the government of India at this point of time. So only 2 and 3 were correct. Now for question 80, we are talking about kelp forests. They are usually found in temperate waters around the world. This is true. In cold or cool waters, you get kelp forests. They are characterized by the absence of marine animals like fish. No, in fact, they are breeding grounds for a lot of fish. These are thriving ecological systems. They mostly thrive in nutrient deficient waters away from the coastline. No, these are plants that grow into the water, and of course they need plenty of nutrition to grow. They are fundamental in supporting water recreational activities in ocean waters. Yes, this is true. Things like scuba diving, kayaking, that happen with kelp forests. Now let me tell you what kelp forest is. Say for example, this is your ocean water, right? Inside sometimes you have plants that are growing like this. It looks like a forest inside of the water, and the name of this type of forest, this type of plant is called kelp, right? They grow in different formations. You can have it as like a canopy. Sometimes it's like a canopy, it grows like this, right? Sometimes it can grow stipitate, that means it grows in the middle part of the ocean, right? Or sometimes it is small enough to only grow on the ocean floor. So 3 different lengths are possible. What happens is, it looks like a forest in the sea, and a number of fish, they interact with this forest and they live here, right? Because in this region the amount of oxygen will be high, right? Because even if it is a plant, it's still doing photosynthesis. So it's in cool regions of the world. It's used, this plant is used in multiple things. One, it is used in antibiotics and pharmaceuticals, it's used in toothpastes, and also the plant is also used as food in some parts of the world, right? You make kelp broth and things in Southeast Asian countries. So it's an edible plant that grows in the ocean. In context of the question, of course, only 1 and 4 were correct, that we've discussed. Question 95 is about the national parks in India. Which of them are matched with their rivers that flow through? Let's look at it. Kaziranga National Park, Diplu River, correct. Silent Valley National Park, Kantipuza River, correct. Bandhavgarh National Park, Charan Ganga River, correct. All 3 were correct. Again, I urge you, when you revise your national parks, please look at it holistically. Think of 1, where is my national park on this map? What is the location? What is the flagship animal, right? What are the species other than the flagship animal that are famous in this region? What are the geological features around this? What is the river? What is the mountain? What is the hill? What is the state? And only then can you complete your national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. Again, how do I suggest you study them? Take your country, make a map, right? Then go state by state. First, divide your country into regions, north, south, east, west. Take one region, go state by state. How many national parks there? Quickly get through them, and then within a couple of days you will have all of this static information inside of your head, alright? So please revise all of that. Such questions will become very, very easy for you. This will become a simple, easy question only if you have this thing in your mind, or else you will have to take this question to be one that you have to skip irrespective of whatever happens. Please choose wisely what type of information you want to memorize. For 96, with reference to red sanders, if in India, if you want to see buckthorn in its natural habitat, which is the following areas that you will have to visit? Areas above the tree line in the Himalayan region, like the cold deserts of Ladakh and Spiti. This is correct. Sea buckthorn is an alpine tree species. So you will have to go in the cold desert regions where you find sea buckthorn. Is it in the tropical evergreen forest? No. Bunny grasslands? No. Semi-arid regions? No. It is a species of cold environment. What is AgriStack? Now, stack is a type of database, and what AgriStack is, we are trying to make a stack of data sets. Why is it called AgriStacks? Because the idea is to enable improved decision making by farmers. How? By giving them relevant information at one space so that they can make correlations and make their choices accordingly. What type of data is it going to have? It is going to have granular data. What that means is, it means it's going to have very, very specific, very, very detailed data in this database. Other than that, how will it be accessed? There's going to be a unique ID which is linked with the farmer's Aadhaar number, right? So that they can identify the information here. The entire objective is to enable decision making, right, and to improve solutions, to find solutions for the agricultural system, right, to improve the agricultural ecosystem. Will it also increase commodity pricing? Yes, the data sets that are there, all of this granular data, it is not only geological in nature, it's not just geography, rainfall, temperature, crops, but it is also including commodity pricing. Right? What is the prices of the crops that you can potentially grow in this region, in India and abroad, right? So that is included in this AgriStack, right? One more name is IDEA. What is the full form? India Digital Ecosystem Architecture. Where do I write this? It is the India Digital Ecosystem Architecture. Idea is the basis, the design of this AgriStack. What question did they ask you then? They asked you which among this is incorrect. It will provide a unique identity number to each farmer, correct? It will provide financial incentives to promote consolidation. We didn't talk about any type of financial incentive in this region. It will provide agri-focused solutions to create a better ecosystem for agriculture in India, correct? It will provide information regarding agricultural commodity prices, correct, right? So only B was wrong. There's no financial incentive that is involved with this project. It's only to aid the decision making by farmers. 98, the last question in this series for me will be, consider the following types of telescopes and their usage. So if you have a radio telescope, can it detect invisible electromagnetic radiation? A radio telescope will measure radio waves. Radio waves are not visible to the human eye, and are they electromagnetic waves? Yes. So that's why one was correct. An optical telescope will be the type of light that human beings can see, optical light. So it will be detecting visible electromagnetic radiation, correct. And infrared can detect the temperatures of planetary bodies and stars, that is correct. The infrared part of the electromagnetic spectrum decides what? It represents radiative heat of a body, right? Whenever something is hot, when there is heat in a body, whatever temperature it is, that temperature will release certain electromagnetic radiation in the IR spectrum, and that is what the IR telescope will pick up. So 3 was also correct, and that brings us to the end of this group of questions. I hope that you were able to get most of your answers right. If not, please consider your test series as a last minute opportunity to gain more information. Learn from these tests, revise all of the information that you have, and I wish you all the very best for your preliminary examination. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Let's start with the art and culture portion of the test. So question number 8, it says, consider the following statement with respect to the Indian handicrafts. with respect to Indian handicraft. They have given 3 statements. Let's see what they are. Baluchari sarees involve the use of silk threads. So see, they have given the name of some handicraft, Baluchari sarees and Tanchoi sarees, then Upad sarees. These are not some abrupt names taken from here and there. These are all GI tags. And GI tags has been traditionally a very important area of picking up questions from for UPSC. So it would be great if you can cover up GI tags. Most of them, just go through them. Do not just eat it up fully, but just go through them so that you will have an idea. At least in prelims, they are very important. All right. So coming to the statement, Baluchari sarees involve the use of silk. Now, what are Baluchari sarees? These are sarees mainly made in eastern part of India, that is West Bengal, and also in Bangladesh they are made. All right. So these are like their pattern is they have pallu all designed, and they have separate stories squared that has been told in our mythology. All right. And it follows the Jala technique. So this was given GI tag in 2011. All these sarees, they have, as I told, have been given GI tags. Moving ahead to the next statement. And obviously, yes, this statement is correct. They use silk threads. Moving ahead, the second statement reads, Upada sarees are produced using the Jamdani technique. Now, what is this Jamdani technique? Jamdani technique is like there are two sides of the sari. One is back side and the front side of any cloth for that matter. And if this Jamdani technique is applied, the motifs on it appear on both sides, not just on the front or on the back side. The motif appear both on the front and reverse side of the sari. These are generally hand woven. So they are deeply ingrained. They cross the cloth also. Alright. So these saris also have some zari work. It might include silver, gold, zari work, etc. These are also silk based. So yes, these saris also apply Jamdani technique. Alright, so second statement is also correct. Let's read the third one. Tanchoi saris are made by felting many layers of wool over each other. Tanchoi saris are mainly Banaras based, and it is believed that in 19th century they came from China's traders, and in Banaras we learned this technique. Alright, so Tanchoi in itself is a silk. Alright, but the statement reads it is a wool. So Tanchoi saris are made of layers of silk, not of wool. So third statement is incorrect. So your option A is correct for question number 8. Alright. This is a difficult level question. You have to have a lot detail about it. But once you refer to some GI tags and read about them, or maybe just Google images or maybe Wikipedia about them, so you will get a fair idea of them and you will be able to attempt such questions as well. Alright. Moving ahead to next one. Question 26 reads, with reference to the group of monuments at Mahabalipuram, consider the following statement. So we know that Mahabalipuram is a very prominent place near Chennai in Tamil Nadu, and it is also known by the name of Mamlapuram. All right. So it has some great monuments and it has a history behind it. And it was Mamlapuram, the monuments here in Mahabalipuram were mainly made by Pallava kings in the 7th and 8th century. Some of them are rock cut, some of them are Dravid style temples or of maybe Shiva and Vishnu also. You have, these are also some of Rathas, they are called. Then we also have there Arjuna's penance. All right. This depicts the descent of Ganga. So these are the monuments here are somewhat based on mythological stories as well. So let's read these statements. They were built by Chola Empire. Definitely not. It was not Raja I of Chola. Rather, it were Pallava kings. They were Narasimha Varman I and II, who was also called Rajsimha. And by the way, Narasimha Varman I was called Mamla. That is the reason this place is also named Mamlapuram. All right. Chola Emperor Raja I actually made a very famous temple called Briddheshwara temple. This is very famous in itself. All right, so let's this statement turns out to be wrong. Let's move to the second one. They consist of rock cut monolithic as well as structural temples. Yes, as I told you, they are rock cut and there are also monolithic structures and structural temples also. So this statement is correct. Reading the third one. The site depicts theme from Mahabharata. As I told you, it represents Arjuna's penance. So yes, it contains the story from mythologies and mythological epics also. So this statement is correct. Coming to the fourth one, shrines dedicated to both Shiva and Vishnu can be found here. Yes, I recently, a minute ago, told you that there are shrines of both Shivji and Vishnuji. All right. So fourth statement is also correct. So your option B becomes correct for question number 26. 2, 3 and 4 only. All right. Moving ahead. Question number 39. With reference to Buddhism, the term Virya refers to. So within Buddhism, there are some 6 perfections and one of them is Virya. And these 6 perfections include that you should go for Dan, then you should go for Shanti as well. Alright, this is pronounced as Shanti. Then obviously Virya is there. Then Prajna is there. Then Dhyan, that is meditation, is there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the last one is some virtues which are known by the name of Sila. So these are some perfections, and Virya here depicts the energy. Energy as in some vigor, some effort in your personal life so that you achieve a higher self. Alright, so these are 3 perfections needed according to Buddhism. So C is your answer for question number 39. Alright, moving ahead. Question number 44. It reads, with reference to the stupa architecture in India, consider the following statements. Before moving ahead, let's know what stupa is. Stupas are basically burial mounds. These are burial mounds. And what are burial mounds? Burial mounds are just artificial hill made of earth material built over burials, over dead people who are buried in the burials. So stupas are generally this, and stupas started with the Vedic times, and they were later promoted by Buddhism. So it was Buddhism which made this name, this architecture, a very common name all over the country. We are very aware about stupa at Sanchi. This is one of the most famous stupas in India. Alright, so let's read these statements. Stupas were burial mounds that were prevalent during Vedic period. Yes, this is what I have told you. Then second statement reads, the Torans as a gateway of the stupa architecture was introduced by Shungas. So Shungas were influenced by the Greeks, and these Shungas introduced Torans, and that they designed them based on Greek model or Greek culture, that is also known as Hellenistic influence. Alright, so it was correct that Torans are as a gateway in stupa architecture was introduced by Shungas. So second statement is also correct. Moving ahead to the third one. Mauryan ruler Ashoka built many stupas to fulfill the wish of Buddha. See, yes, we all know that Ashoka built stupas, many stupas, but was it to fulfill the wish of Buddha? Yes, it was. During his last days, Buddha appealed to Ananda, his disciple, that stupas should be created for the people who are coming into the into the religion of into the Buddhist religion. All right. So Ashoka, to help those who are converting into this religion, built as many as 84,000 or maybe more stupas. Alright, so third statement is also correct. So your option D for question number 44 is correct. Moving ahead to next one. Question number 47. Which of the following statement is correct regarding the Bhakti saint Eknath? So, to answer this question, we must know who Eknath is. Eknath was a Bhakti saint who belonged to Maharashtra. And he believed that there should be a proper balance between your religious life and your household life. To strike this balance, Eknath resolved the conflict through bhakti. So he followed bhakti or propounded the bhakti or became a part of bhakti movement, so that the internal tensions, a fine balance between the within the personality is created, and he finds a balance between household and his religious self. Let's have a look at these statements. Option A reads, he was one of the earliest Bhakti saints from Karnataka. No, he was from Maharashtra. So this is obviously wrong. B reads, He was the author of Bhavarth Ramayana. This is correct. Eknath wrote Bhavarth Ramayana and his pen name was A.K. Janardhan. He wrote Bhavarth Ramayana. He wrote other books as well, like Rukmani, etc. Alright, so let's have a look at third statement. He was a contemporary of Delhi Sultanate ruler Alauddin Khilji. No, actually, Eknath belonged to age of 1533 to 1599. This is 1599. That is when Akbar was there. So he was a contemporary of Akbar, not Khilji. So this is wrong. D statement reads, he was against the practice of Kirtana and Dhyana. No, rather it was opposite. These were the tools he used to find this balance. He propounded that Kirtana, Dhyana, or taking name of God, these all things take you closer to God and at the same time help you find a balance in your life. So option B is correct for question number 47. Alright, moving ahead. Question number 54. Which of the following statement is correct regarding Indian epic Ramayana? Alright, we know Ramayana and Mahabharata are the two monumental Indian epics. Alright, and Ramayana is all about Prabhu Shri Ram's quest to rescue Sita from Sri Lanka. So that's the story. It was written by Valmiki, we all know, and it was written in Sanskrit during Vedic era, somewhere around post-Vedic era, BCE to 100 BCE. So considering this information we have, let's try to attempt the question. It was composed during Gupta period. No, of course not. Gupta period was post 200 AD. So this statement is wrong. It was written by Ved Vyas. No, I just told you it was written by Valmiki. So second statement is also wrong. It was translated into Tamil language by Kambar. Yes, it is correct. Kambar in 12th century. Kambar in 12th century translated Ramayana into Tamil language and called it Ramavatram or Kamba Ramayanam by his own name, Kamba Ramayana or Ramavatram. Alright. See, in all such tests you are giving or you will be giving or you have given, just make sure that you are not losing out on some add-on value additions or some additional information you are taking. These all should go to your notes so that you will be able to revise it or maybe a day or two earlier also, and you should not miss on this. What you have already attempted should not become an incorrect option or answer, right? So make sure that whatever you are reading, you are keeping a track of it and also revising side by side. Alright, so let's have a look at the fourth statement. It was originally written in Avdi language. No, of course not. We just discussed it was written in Sanskrit language. So your option B is correct for question number 54. Moving ahead. Question number 83. It reads, with reference to the folk dances of India, consider the following statements. They have given three statements. So first statement is about Gidda, is a folk dance of Punjab, which is performed only by females. Yes, it is correct. Gidda is a folk dance of Punjab and it is just the female version of Bhangra. Bhangra is generally done by males. So this statement is correct. Moving ahead to next one. Rangma is a war dance of Nagaland which is performed by males. See, yes, this is correct that it is a war dance of Nagas, but it is also performed by male and female, both. So this statement is wrong in itself. Alright, moving ahead to the next one. 𝐴𝐿 is a rural dance drama of Andhra Pradesh that is performed by newlywed couple. See, yes, this portion is correct that 𝐴𝐿 is a rural dance drama, but it is not from Andhra Pradesh. It is from Eastern India, that is West Bengal, or it is also prevalent in Jharkhand. Alright, so this particular, for all such art and culture questions or whatever, like for example Gidda, Bhangra, Rangma, 𝐴𝐿, all such dances or paintings or GI tags, it's important that you have a pictorial view of them so that you can recall and absorb the information needed to solve questions. You'll form a story around it, you'll have some idea so that you are not just blank about the statement. Alright, so this statement also becomes wrong. So your option A is correct for question number 83. Moving ahead, question number 84. It reads, with reference to the literary work Sariputra Prakaran, which of the following statement is correct? Sariputra Prakaran is a literary work by Ashwaghosh. And we know who Ashwaghosh was. He was the chairman of the 4th Buddhist Council under Kanishka. So, it was a literary work by Ashwaghosh. So, second statement reads, let's read the first also. It is a 9-act play written by Kalidasa. No, we know that. It is by Ashwaghosh. So, first statement is wrong. Let's read the second one. It describes the conversion of Ashoka into Buddhism. No, this is basically based on conversion of disciples of Buddha. There were 2 disciples by the name of Sariputta and Maudgalyana. Alright, so it was a story, it was a literary work based on conversion of these 2 disciples, not Ashoka. So this statement is wrong. Coming to the C statement, it was written in Pali and later translated into Sanskrit. No, it was written in Sanskrit. So this statement is also wrong. D reads, it was discovered from the fragments of manuscripts of China. Yes, this is absolutely correct. It was discovered from the manuscript in the Xinjiang portion of China. Otherwise, it was lost from Indian land. Alright, so D becomes your answer for question number 84. Moving ahead to the next one. Question number 85. It reads, with reference to the art and culture of India, consider the following pairs. So they have given us 2 columns. One is cave painting and the other is sculpture or painting, and maybe the explanation of it. So the first one is Ellora. It reads, Ravan attempting to lift Mount Kailasa. So yes, this is correct. It is in Kailasa temple. where Ravan is shown depicting to lift the adobe of Lord Shiva. Alright, so first is correct match. Let's have a look at second one. It reads 𝐷 caves. 𝐷 caves, by the way, are Ellora cave are in Maharashtra, and 𝐷 caves are in Madhya Pradesh. Alright, so it reads 𝐷 caves are murals depicting Jataka tales. This is yet again correct. 𝐷 caves in Madhya Pradesh are murals on the wall. They are depicting the Jataka tales, and they are quite close to Ajanta caves if looked from the perspective of murals quality, and at the same time are secular in character. All the murals there. Alright, let's have a look at the third pair. Jogi-Mara cave. So Jogi-Mara cave is in Chhattisgarh, and this is based on a love story, and it is written in Brahmi script. Alright, and this is also correct that they have prominent red outline. So third is also correct. 1 is correct, 2 is correct, third is also correct. Let's have a look at the last one. Badami Cave. So it is basically in Karnataka. Badami, we all know, maybe the most famous or second most famous of these options we have. So these are Badami caves built in Karnataka, and it asks, it carries 18-armed dancing Shiva. Yes, it carries 18-armed dancing Shiva, and also two-handed Ganesha, Ardhanarishwara, etc. So option 4 is also correct. This is a difficult level question. Option D is correct for question number 85. For these questions, if you do not have any idea at all and you cannot use elimination, so do not jump on to conclusion or over attempt. That can be costly. 0.6, 0.3 marks can turn the table around. Alright, moving ahead. Question number 87. With reference to the different festivals and their associated state, consider the following pairs. So we have festival and state. So the first festival is Wangla. Wangla is a festival in Meghalaya, not in Manipur. So this statement is wrong. Wangla festival is celebrated by Garo tribe of Meghalaya, and it is a harvest festival. So the second is 𝐶𝐢𝐳 festival. It is also a harvest festival and is celebrated in Odisha. So this is correct. First is wrong. So if we apply elimination also, we are left with 2 options. Let's have a look at the third one. Toriya Festival. Toriya Festival is basically a Arunachal Pradesh festival celebrated in Arunachal Pradesh, and it is a New Year celebration by the Monpa community of Arunachal Pradesh. Alright. So third pair is also correct. Let's have a look at the fourth one. Herat. It's a Shivratri festival. Shivratri festival by Kashmiri Pandits. Kashmiri Pandit Hindus in Kashmir, of course. So fourth is also correct. So your option becomes C. C is correct. 2, 3, 4 only for question number 87. Moving ahead. See, UPSC focuses a lot on two things. One is art and culture, and the other is environment, because it is also a prelim exam for the people appearing for Indian Forest Services. So these two things can change your story, because there is a chance if you have read it and read it well, you'll be having an edge to the people who will not be able to attempt or even think to attempt such questions. So if you are reading art and culture, there are people who skip it at times, which is not advisable. Art and culture, because in prelims you already have the information in front of you. You just have to agree or disagree with it. That is it this or is it that? So you do not have to remember each and every sentence, each and every keyword, but just with relaxed mind and open approach, just have a read and just try to know what India is all about. What is it culture? What has been the history of our literature, of our architecture? So that will definitely help you out, and at least rather than going on to some bulky books, at least read NCRTs. That can definitely provide you at the driving seat. All right, moving ahead. Consider the following pairs. So we have been given classical Indian dances, and we have some features, and we have to match that which of the above pair is correctly matched. All right. So the first one itself is Kuchipudi. We all know Kuchipudi dance is from Andhra Pradesh, and it originated in 17th century. And singing is the core part of it. Along with dancing, singing is also done with it. So obviously first pair is not correctly matched, or maybe first feature is not correct about the classical dance. Let's have a look at the second one. Second one is Mohini Attam. It is Mohini Attam. Mohini Attam, obviously we know it is the dance of Mohini. Mohini, by we refer it as some seducer, jo mohle. All right. So Lord Vishnu, in the guise of Mohini, tried to seduce asuras. So it has the story for Mohini Attam is based on these mythological things, that Lord Vishnu became Mohini. And Mohini Attam, it reads, it is suited for women. Yes, it is correct. The reason being, it is based on lot of facial expression. Lot of facial expression. Not just facial expression, but proper delicate body movements are required, because this is the aim, and this is also the aim in the performance also. So Mohini Attam is definitely suited for women. It is not that male do not perform it. They also do, but Mohini Attam is generally suited for women. Third is Kathakali, and it reads Kathmuka Hasta. So before going forward, it is important that you know what Kathmuka Hasta is. It is a three-finger based, just imagine, I'm not good at drawing. So 3 folded fingers making a Om. That is a mudra. And this mudra is not part of Kathakali. Rather, it is part of Bharatnatyam. So your option 3 is incorrect and option 1 is also incorrect. So 2 only is correct. B is the answer for question number 88. Alright, moving ahead. Question 89. With reference to the medieval Indian history, consider the following statements. We have been given 3 statements and we have to see which of the above statement is correct. So let's see the first statement. Nath Panthis believed that the path to salvation lay in meditation. So who were Nath Panthis? They were basically religious groups in medieval period who believe that there should be no rituals. Rather, the path to salvation is in renunciation, is in oneness, and that can be achieved only through meditation or maybe yogasanas or breathing. That is oneness of your body and your soul. So, the path to salvation lay in meditation. So first statement is correct. Lingayat, this has been in news for past couple of years in Karnataka especially. So Lingayat as a group is Shaivite and it was revived by Basawa in 12th century. So they are Shaivism based Hindu domination and they actually started way back in around 8th or 9th century, but it was in 12th century a proper foundation was laid to this sect. They do not believe in caste system. They do not believe in pure impure concepts which our tradition has been. They do not believe in a rebirth. Rather, these all concepts are by Hindu mythology or maybe Dharma Shastra. So let's read the statement. Lingayat discouraged practices that were disapproved by the Dharma Shastra. So these were the things which were approved. Lingayats, what they did was they encouraged practices which were disapproved by Dharma Shastra also, like widow remarriage or post-puberty remarriage. So Lingayats attempted to reform it to the core. So rather than discouraging, they were encouraging. So this is wrong. So second statement is wrong. Let's have a look at the third statement. Kalmukha. Kalmukh was infamous for both animal and human sacrifice. These were also Shaivite from medieval period and they were from the Deccan area. And yes, this statement is correct that they were infamous for both animal and human sacrifice. They sacrificed animal and human both. So third statement is correct. First and third are correct. So C would be your correct option for question number 89. Alright. Moving ahead to next one. Which among the following statement is correct about the semi-classical style of Indian music? Before going further, you have to know what is semi-classical. Classical music we all know Hindustani and Carnatic music. Semi-classical is they are basically based on ragas. All our classical music are based on ragas. What semi-classical does is they disrupt the proper pattern propounded by the classical music. They blend these ragas. So that they can have a better or wide spectrum to create music and amplify our experience. So semi-classical style of Indian music is blending of different ragas for better experience, for better melody. So let's have a look at the statement. There is no concept of gharana system in semi-classical style. No, this is incorrect. We have in semi-classical style, we have gharana system. There are gharanas like Thumri. Let's have a look at the second one. Bhajan and ghazal are type of semi-classical style of Indian music. Yes, bhajan, ghazal, qawwali, or maybe Punjabi tappe. All these are the form of semi-classical music. They originated from classical music but modified the ragas. So this statement is correct and that would be your answer. Let's have a look at C and D also. The songs of this style are sung only in Urdu or regional dialects of Hindi such as Avdi and Bhojpuri. This is absolutely wrong. They are sung in multiple languages like Marathi also, as I told you, Punjabi tappe also, ghazals in Hindi, Urdu makes bhajans in Hindi. So this is correct. There is no such compulsion. Moving ahead to the next one. D. Carnatic music does not have any forms of semi-classical style music. That is also correct. That is also incorrect. Within the classical music, there arose different gharanas or different blend of ragas which became semi-classical. All right, like in Hindustani there was dadra, and in Carnatic there was jawali. So option D is incorrect and we have our answer in B for question number 91. All right, moving ahead. 93. The above paragraph is referring to which of the following schools of philosophy? So they have explained or given few information and we have to know which of the following philosophy propounds this. So let's read quickly. This school focuses on analysis of text of Samhita and Brahmana that are portions of Vedas. It believes that the Vedic rituals and duties are the way of salvation. Way of salvation is rituals and duties. These school advocates taking the assistance of, it should be this school, advocates taking the assistance of the priest while performing the Vedic ritual. They believe in Vedic rituals also. Therefore, the philosophy inherently legitimizes the social distance. So they are playing some caste system also, apparently. Priest, Vedic rituals, and you have your duties. Alright, so there is a social distancing, natural social distancing. So, which of the following best put it like this? What information? This definitely is Purv Mimamsa or just Mimamsa as we call it. This was the philosophy given by Jaimini. It is based on dharma or the code of conduct, and obviously it heavily relies on Vedic rituals for which priests are necessary. Alright, so in total there are, we know, 6 such schools, ancient schools, 4 of which are given here and 2 other are Yoga and Vedanta. So it's given in NCERT. Do have a read over it, that who gave what. Sankhya was given by Kapila, Nyaya was given by Udayana, and Vaisheshika was given by Kanad. yoga by Patanjali, all right. So it's important you have a fair bit of idea about other options as well, because this is a very important topic. These are the Vedic philosophies having 6 schools. All right. So let's move forward. The next question is, so we are done with the art and culture portion. Let's start with the history portion. Question number 10. Which of the following statements are correct with reference to the socio-economic life during a Rig Vedic period? Rig Vedic period we know is early Vedic period. Early Vedic period, that is from 1500 to 1000 BC. So they want us to know which of these is correct regarding the Vedic period. And Rig Vedic period, you also know that it mentions about some conflict between Dasas and Aryanas. Alright. And later Vedic period is from 1000 to 600 BC. So let's have a look at these statements. The first statement reads, differences based on occupation were not very sharp. So this is a correct statement. There were differences. There were differences taking roots, but they were not very sharp. And these differences were based on occupation itself. They were not sharp because there have been literary evidences which reflect that in a single family there are people having multiple jobs, which obviously make this statement correct that they were not very sharp. There might be differences, but they were not very sharp. Let's have a look at the second statement. Society was largely tribal and egalitarian. This is absolutely correct. And first is also absolutely correct. This was egalitarian and tribal because there was no concept of property accumulation, no charm for property. So it was more egalitarian. It was not a divided society. Rather, there was no centralized authority. No centralized authority. So the economy was basically very traditional and pastoral. Alright, moving ahead. Thirdly, the term Shudra was mentioned for the first time. This is correct. The term Shudra was for the first time mentioned in Rig Veda itself. And we know this in our society classes also. We study that there were Shudras, there were Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas. Alright, so all these classes were there, but they were not very sharp. Alright, moving ahead. Ashramas or 4 stages of life were very well established. See, we know that ashramas were the 4 stages of life, which were Brahmacharya, Grihast, Vanprasth and Sannyasin. So these were 4 stages of life, and they have been present in the post-Vedic period also. Post-Vedic period, they were present in post-Vedic period. So they were not present in Vedic period, that means. So they would naturally be not during Rig Vedic period. So option 4 is incorrect and 1, 2, 3 only is correct. B option is correct for question number 10. Alright. Moving ahead. Which one of the following statement is the most appropriate reason for the failure of revolutionaries to overthrow the British government in India? it is important that you know who revolutionaries were and what was their motive, what was their strategy. All right. So revolutionary was basically people who were ready to die for their motherland. They were ready to die for their motherland. They were unsatisfied lot when during the late 19th century or early 20th century. There was this unsatisfied lot, and the conditions, national and international conditions, were such that they opted for individual act of heroism. So what were these national and international conditions? Nationally, there was a growth in the philosophy of nationalism. So people were more emotional about the idea of nation. Then there was dissatisfaction in the policy and outcomes of moderate and extremists. And parallelly, there was also government repression. Internationally, there have been influences like Russian Revolution was there, or nihilist were there. So these were the influences which promoted revolutionary ideas among the masses, or I should say not among the masses, maybe a fair bit of population. All right. So let's have a look at these statements. They did not possess any coherent ideology. They definitely had coherent ideology. It says they did not possess any coherent ideology to stand against the British government. They had coherent ideology. They were very clear what they want. They wanted socialism as reflected in our or in the organization HRA. So they had a proper evolution of their ideology also, and it was very coherent. Strategy of revolutionary kept on changing, leading to confusion among their ranks. No, their strategy was also very clear. Their strategy was political assassinations, armed revolution, and independence. So this was also reflected in certain cases. For example, Chapekar brothers killed the chairman of the Plague Commission, Mr. Rand, in 1897. All right. Then we know Prafulla Chaki and Khudiram Bose. They tried to kill District Judge Kingsford in 1908. So there are certain instances. So their strategy was very clear. Their aim was very clear. It is wrong to say that they kept on changing. Evolving is different, and changing and creating confusion is different. Let's have a look at option C. Indian National Congress supported the British government in suppressing violent revolutionary activity. So this is a blanket statement. It says it supported suppression of violent forces. No. It also, INC condemned revolutionary activities, that it is not right to take law in your hand. It is not right to be violent. It is not right to kill someone. So they appealed directly, indirectly, that we should go by the constitutional means rather than taking law in our hands. But it cannot be said that they supported Britishers to suppress them. This is obviously incorrect. So C is not our answer. Let's have a look at the last statement. Failure to develop a base among Indian masses made revolutionary activity unsustainable. This is correct. These activities were individual based, and their idea was based on violence, which was not appealing to masses, and also was vulnerable to suppression. So masses could not be influenced to the core. They had knowledge that what is happening, but they could not opt on. So they could not develop a base in Indian masses. So D option is correct for question number 15. Alright, moving ahead. Question number 21. Consider the following statement regarding the administration of Bahmani kingdom. Regarding the Bahmani kingdom. So you know about Bahmani kingdom that it was in medieval 14th century. Hassan Gangu, who was of officer under Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he separated himself and created his own kingdom with capital at Bijapur. We know this already, we have read NCRTs. So they are asking is the lowest unit of administration was Atraf. See, these kind of questions UPSC is very interested in. They not just want to know about that who was ruling then and what was the scenario then, about the political scenario as in, but they want to know about how the society was, what was the art and culture then, how was the architecture then, and also how was the administration made. So in maybe I think in 2021 itself, UPSC has asked this question that arrange the following in or maybe we had options, so you have to choose that which is the correct option, as in you will have Suba, Pargana, Sarkar. So you have to arrange in a particular fashion. So they want to know how administration was being done in ancient and medieval. Alright. So in Bahmani kingdom, the administration was divided into provinces, and then we had sarkars, and then we have pargana, and then we have multiple villages. So this is how the administration was divided. And provinces under Bahmani were called Atrafs. So your first statement is correct. Oh no, it is saying lowest unit of administration was Atraf. So, but it was the highest unit of administration. So your first statement is incorrect. Alright. The second statement reads, Tarafdars were responsible for appointing military officers. So, who were Tarafdars? In Atraf, whoever was the governing person, provincial governor, was called Tarafdar. And he was the person responsible for appointing military officers, administration. He had administrative and military powers. Alright. So, it was lot of power given to Tarafdars. Let's have a look at the third statement. Mahmud Gawan tried to curb the power of Tarafdar. This is a correct statement. Second is also correct. Third is also correct. Mahmud Gawan, he was a reformer. He took a lot of internal reforms in the administration so that these nobles, these Tarafdars, do not accumulate lot of power. He tried to stop them, but eventually when he died, when Mahmud Gawan died, a lot of such governors declared their province as independent kingdom. For example, Daulatabad was there, Berar was there, Bidar was there, Gulbarga was there. So all such provinces became independent. Alright. So second and third statement is correct. First is incorrect. So B becomes your answer for question number 21. Moving ahead. Which of the following were the important port cities operated during Gupta period? Let's have a look at the port. Honavara Port, Chaul Port, Bhatka Port, Tamralipti Port, Calicut Port. So it is possible that many of you might not have heard some of these names, but it is also possible that most of you have heard Tamralipti or maybe Calicut Port. Tamralipti, you know, it is a port in Bengal area. In present Bengal, Midnapur district, it is known as Tamluk. Present day name is Tamluk. So Tamralipti port has been an ancient way of trade, an ancient port of trade, and not just in Gupta period. Beyond that also it existed and was very prominent for trade and export. Export of what? Export of spices, export of copper from the near, and for that matter, copper in Sanskrit is called Tamra. It is from here that the name Tamralipti comes, because copper was the mainstay of Tamralipti port. So we know that fourth is correct. So obviously this is eliminated, this is eliminated. Now we have only two options left, 4 and 2 and 4 only. So we know that 1, 3 and 5 are not part of Gupta period. And about the Chaul port. Chaul port, if we, let me redraw it. So Tamralipti was somewhere here and Chaul port was somewhere here in Maharashtra. And we know that Gupta period, the extent of their administration was covering West Bengal as well as Maharashtra also. So it is a fact to remember that Chaul port was operational during Gupta period. So your answer would be C, 2 and 4. About the other ports, Honavara port, Bhatkal port and Calicut port, they were all part of South India, where eventually Vijayanagar kingdom ruled, and these ports were operational during Vijayanagar, during the time of Vijayanagar kingdom. Alright, so your option C is correct for question number 25. Moving ahead, question number 81. In the context of the freedom struggle of India, which of the following statement best describes the difference between peasant movement on one hand and civil uprising on the other hand of the 19th century? They are specifically mentioning 19th century. So civil uprising, as the name itself suggests, civil uprising is by general public who are not military or not maybe associated with government, can be said. So civil uprising was mainly by semi-feudal lords who were disowned by the government or who were demoted in their status or maybe disposed altogether. So they led this civil uprising during the 19th century, and all these had traditional point of view. They looked through the traditional prism. So they wanted to go back to the previous setup where they had lot of powers. So they wanted a revival in political as well as social scenario. And civil uprising was not a all India phenomena. It was basically localized, and it has localized concerns. For example, there was a home revolt. there was Paika Rebellion, and there was one of the most famous is Sannyasi Revolt. Sannyasi Revolt. So all these come under civil uprising. And let's have a look at peasant movement. Peasant, we know, is lie at the core of agriculture. So their concern were majorly economic. Their concern were majorly economic. For example, Britishers were destroying Indian agriculture and maybe promoting indigo during 19th century. So we had indigo revolt. Similarly, we had Pabna revolt. Similarly, we have later Bardoli also. Alright. So peasants were majorly revolting, or peasant movement was majorly against economic factors. So they were not against the Britishers. They were not revolting against the Britishers, but against the money lenders, zamindars who were economically exploiting them. So this bit of information we have, let's have a look at these statements. The peasant movements were directed against indigenous zamindars and money lenders, whereas civil uprisings were directed against the misrule of British officer. So this is definitely incorrect. Peasant movement was against indigenous zamindar, all right, but civil uprising, it was not against British officers only. It was also against local leaders, zamindars. All right, let's have a look at the statement B. Peasant movement paid attention to the plight of rural masses, whereas civil uprising completely neglected the local grievances. So this is somewhat correct, the first part of it, but civil uprising completely neglected the local grievances. It cannot be said, because we know that civil uprising was based on local factors only. All these had other local factors, no common factors. Whatever they felt, they were revolting against it. Alright, moving ahead. Third statement, the peasant movement was centered on economic issues. Yes, we just had a word about it. Whereas the basic objective of civil uprising was to restore earlier forms of social relation. This is what we have read. So this statement is correct. Let's have a look at the last statement also. Peasant movement were widespread throughout India, whereas civil uprising were limited to few states led by local heroes. So second part of the statement appears correct, but peasant movement was not widespread throughout India. It is a very blanket statement, extreme statement, so to say. Peasant movement was limited to particular areas of economic exploitation. It was not as if the whole South Asia, or for that matter, the whole India was boiling. So it was centered around particular economic issues only. So option C is correct for question number 81. Alright, let's move forward. Question number 82. Which among the following factors contributed to the emergence of trade unions before the independence of India? So they want to know about the factors before the independence of India which led to emergence of trade union. Let's have a look at the first one. We know that trade union etc. were booming during 1910s and 20s. We know that trade union movement was booming during 1910s and 20s. And the reason obviously here was World War I was there, due to which prices were really high. So they wanted to create a union for their own safety. So first statement reads rising prices of essential commodities. So this statement is correct. Let's have a look at the second one. Formation of ILO. Yes, it was in 1919 ILO was formed, and having an international body provided impetus to labor policy of several nations, and obviously awareness and empowerment of the labor class. So they started forming trade unions. So this was also a factor. Let's have a look at the third one. Russian Revolution. Yes, Russian Revolution was also a factor because Russian Revolution was based on communism. It wanted to create it hoped to create a utopian society where everyone was equal, treated equally, socially just. All right. So Russian Revolution basically under communism tried to eliminate exploitation of labor. So this led to empowerment of the laborers, and they tried to form unions. And the last one is rise in real wages of workers. The real wages of workers, due to pressure of world war all over the world, was decreasing rather than increasing. So fourth is wrong. Option A is correct for question number 82. 1, 2 and 3 only. Moving ahead. Question number 86. It reads, with reference to modern Indian history, consider the following statement about Scott-Moncrieff Commission. We know that Scott-Moncrieff Commission was a irrigation commission. Irrigation commission appointed by Lord Curzon in 1901. We know this due to they wanted to create a irrigation plan to improve the output. Let's have a look at the statement. It was delegation appointed by Lord Ripon, Viceroy Lord Ripon. This is not correct. It was by Lord Curzon. Second statement is it was set up to draw up a comprehensive irrigation plan of India. Yes, this is correct. They wanted to create a irrigation plan for India. Third is its report was rejected by British government in India. So this is incorrect because in 1901 it was appointed, and in 1903 it gave the recommendations to the government of India, and in 1905 the then government of India accepted its recommendation. So the irrigation plan was largely accepted. So B would be your answer, 2 only for question number 86. Alright, moving ahead. Question 90. With reference to the foreign travelers during the medieval period, consider the following statement. Alright, so they have mentioned that there are foreign travelers and we have to consider these statements. According to Abdul Razak, the fortification of the city of Vijayanagara encircled not only city but also its agriculture, hinterland and forest. So Abdul Razak was a Persian scholar. He was a Persian scholar who arrived from Afghanistan to India, or specifically to Vijayanagar Empire in around mid 15th century, somewhere around 1450, 1440. Alright, so he wrote exhaustive account about Vijayanagar Empire, in which he mentioned that it is a pillared city, there are 4 pillared hall, and during that time the ruler was Dev, who was Dev Raya II. So in that account Abdul Razak also mentioned that fortification was not just of the city but also of the agriculture, hinterland and forest. So they wanted to protect each and every part of their land. So first statement is correct. Let's have a look at second statement. Muhammad bin Tughlaq appointed Ibn Battuta as the Qazi or judge of Delhi. Ibn Battuta, we know that he arrived from Morocco. He arrived from Morocco. And Muhammad bin Tughlaq was inspired by his intellect, by his knowledge. So he appointed him as the judge of Delhi. So this is a correct statement. So this was in 14th century when he arrived. Alright, let's have a look at the third statement. Al-Biruni's Rihala provided social and cultural details of India during 14th century. See, Rihala was not Al-Biruni's, it was Ibn Battuta's account, and it was in Arabic. So your option statement 3 is incorrect. B is correct for question number 90. With regard to the next question, with regard to the contribution made by Raja Ram Mohan Roy and Dayanand Saraswati, which of the following statement is are correct? We know that both of them contributed to the Indian Renaissance. All right. So let's have a look at the statement. Unlike Raja Ram Mohan, Dayanand Saraswati advocated salvation as a way to seek union with God. This is incorrect. They do not seek salvation. Both of them declared that salvation is not the way. Rather, he propounded that through Brahmo Samaj that soul does not need mukti. Alright, and Dayanand Saraswati through his Arya Samaj said that soul is not trapped in any cycle that it needs mukti. Rather, it is through Prakriti, it is through God, and it is through conduct. It is through nature, it is through conduct that salvation can be achieved. Alright, so first statement is wrong. Let's have a look at the second statement. Unlike Dayanand, Ram Mohan supported the departure of Vedic scriptures if it is justified. That is correct. Dayanand Saraswati in Arya Samaj heavily relied on Vedic scriptures, and he declared that these are India's rock of ages, and he wanted all of us, all the Indians then, that we should go back to the Vedas because these are infallible. So, but on the other hand, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, he said that okay, departure from Vedic scriptures can be done. He relied on Vedanta. Raja Ram Mohan relied on Vedanta, and he said departure from Vedic scriptures can be done if at all it is justified. Reading the third statement, unlike Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Dayanand Saraswati believed in idol worship. No, idol worship were rejected by both, and Dayanand Saraswati said that nowhere in Veda it is mentioned that we should go for idol worship. So third statement is wrong. Let's have a look at fourth. Both Raja Ram Mohan and Saraswati criticized the caste system. Yes, this statement is correct. They both criticized the caste system, and Saraswati was in a way okay about segregation based on occupation, but not on caste system, not on hereditary caste system. Alright, so option B is the answer for 92, 2 and 4 only. This is the last question of history portion. Consider the following events. Treaty of Yandabo, tripartite treaty by Ranjit Singh, Treaty of Sagoli, and Treaty of Gandamak. So they are asking to put them in a chronological sequence. So we know that Treaty of Yandabo was an Anglo-Burmese treaty of 1826, and tripartite treaty was signed in 1838 between Ranjit Singh, Shah Shuja and Lord Auckland of that time. Treaty of Sugauli was signed in 1814. Anglo-Nepal war was there. Here Nepal gave territory or the Tarai region to British India. Fourth is Treaty of Gandamak. It was the second Anglo-Afghan war treaty and it was in 1879. So obviously this is first, so 3 would be first, second, third, 3, 1, 2 and this is last 4. 3, 1, 2, 4 is your answer. C is your answer for question number 94. It is a pretty straightforward question. So now let's start with international relation portion. Coming to question 11, it reads, consider the following statements regarding International Court of Justice, ICJ. So before reading the statements, there are a few basic things we must know about ICJ that it was created in 1945 by UN as its principal organ. It has 6 principal organs and this is one of them. And its role is to solve dispute between nations. Alright. So it has judicial function. And whoever becomes the party, it is voluntary. Whoever becomes the party to ICJ, those parties have to accept the award or the judgment by ICJ itself, because its award is final and binding on parties. They cannot deny it. They cannot run away from the judgment. Alright. So it is final and binding on the parties. And there is no appeal outside ICJ in any forum. So for any changes, if at all ICJ itself feels there must be some amendments or there has been some bona fide error in its judgment, so only ICJ itself can change the order. Alright. And if at all the parties deny this final award, it is incumbent on UNSC to enforce this award and through its soft or hard power or utilization by all the tools it has, it ensures that the parties are compliant to the award. Alright. So this is about ICJ and it is headquartered at Peace Palace in the Hague city of Netherlands. So here PCA is also there, another international institution for arbitration, permanent court of arbitration. So let's read these statements now. First statement reads, the judgment delivered by ICJ is final and binding on the parties to the case. Yes, it is final and binding on the parties to the case. So first statement is correct. Second reads, the ruling and the decisions of the court can be enforced by UNSC. Of course, we just had a look at this. Alright. Third statement reads, it can also try individual for international crimes. No, it cannot try individuals for international crime. That is the role that is done by International Criminal Court. It is not ICJ, it is ICC, International Criminal Court. So D would be your answer, 1 and 2 only for question number 11. Alright. Generally, for prelims, UN is a very important topic, and just have a look at it, observer, its principal organs and its agencies. How it works. Through 15 agencies are there, I think, and there are 6 principal organs. So you must have an idea about the organization at international levels. All right, moving ahead. Question 34. The term Bucharest line is sometimes seen in the news in context of. So this Bucharest line, or B9 as it is also called, is a coalition of countries in Eastern Europe which earlier were associated to former Soviet Union. All right, but now are part of NATO. So there are 9 such countries which earlier were part of Soviet Union but now are part of NATO. So they came under one roof and established B9. So B9 basically is connecting Baltic Sea, Adriatic Sea and Black Sea. So the countries under Baltic Sea, Black Sea and Adriatic Sea include, we know that Estonia is there, Latvia, Lithuania is there, then Poland is there, then Czech Republic is there, then Slovakia is there, Austria, Hungary are also there. Then we have Slovenia, Croatia here connecting to Adriatic Sea. And over here towards the east we have Romania and Bulgaria. All right. So this is the triangle, and you must remember the maps also, because obviously Eastern Europe is an important area for international relations and it is in the news very much. So Bucharest line is a group of Eastern European countries that are part of NATO. So D option is correct for question number 34. Alright, moving ahead. Question number 35. With which of the following country does India has a bilateral strategic partnership? So this is a international keyword, strategic partnership, which ensures your security and growth together, which binds the international prospects of country very deeply. All right, so strategic partnership is a common term used in international relations to ensure security. Security can be financial security, or security in general term, or it can be food security. All right, so it is a very broad term. So India has signed several bilateral partnerships with different countries. Let's have a look. Japan, USA, Rwanda, Israel and Vietnam. So obviously it is not very easy to remember all these strategic partnerships when people don't go and Google search and ratify these things. So you just have a look. Yes, with Japan, in if you are reading the newspaper regularly, though these events are dated back to maybe 2017, 18, 16, like many countries. With Rwanda we signed in 2016. With Vietnam, just a second. With Vietnam we signed in 2016. With Rwanda and Israel it was 2017. In USA, Japan, we already had, I think, in with Japan we had in 2005 itself. Then it was upgraded to special strategic partnership. So obviously all options are correct. So D is your answer. And if at all you are reading, mentioning again, if you are reading the newspaper, this particular country, Rwanda, the strategic partnership signed with Rwanda in 2017 became a point of contention that what do we want to achieve by making Rwanda our strategic partner. We are not partnering with better developed countries or countries which have hard power. Rather, we are developing strategic partnership with countries underdeveloped countries or emerging economies like Rwanda. So, all right, if you know that third option is correct, if you have read the newspaper following the news, then you know that this is the only option in D. All right, so D would be your answer for question number 35. Moving ahead, question number 36. With reference to islands seen in the news often and the water bodies in which they are located, consider the following pairs. So we have been given two columns. On the left side we have islands, on the right side we have locations. So the first one is Solomon Island. And is it located in Pacific Ocean? Yes, it is. So your first pair is correctly matched. Solomon Island has been in news because China is trying to create its own hegemony in the Pacific region. It lies somewhere around like this. If this is Australia, it lies to the northeast of Australia. All right. China is busy creating its own hegemony there, own sphere of influence. So first is correct. Moving on to second, Chagos Islands and Indian Ocean. We know that just below India, just below Maldives, there are a group of islands known as Chagos Archipelago. Chagos Archipelago. So this is part of Indian Ocean. So your second pair is also correct. All right. In Chagos Archipelago, we also have, it is a British occupied territory, BOT. There are some British occupied territories all over the world. You must have an idea about their mapping also, that where they lie and what is some prominent island within them. Like in Chagos Archipelago, Diego Garcia is very important because it is a US military base in Indian Ocean. So you must read about all the British overseas territories. All right, so second pair is correct. Let's have a look at third one. Cayman Island and Caribbean Sea. So this is also correct. Cayman Island is in Caribbean Sea. It is also a British overseas territory. So all the options are correct. All the pairs are correctly matched. So D would be your correct option for question number 36. Moving ahead. Question 51. Consider the following statement with reference to various multilateral export control regimes. So there are various export control regimes. For example, there is Australian group, there is nuclear supply group, then we have Wassenaar agreement, and then we have MTCR, that is Missile Technology Control Regime. So these were created in different time zones. Like let's start with maybe NSG. NSG was created in after 1974 when India conducted its nuclear test. First nuclear test was conducted by India in Rajasthan area by the name of Operation Smiling Buddha. So this was a nuclear test done by India in 1974. So to prevent countries from creating nuclear weapons for themselves, a group was created called NSG in 1974. All right. Let's have a look at Australian group. Australian group is a forum for preventing proliferation of chemical and biological weapons. India is a member of Australian group. It became member in 2017. All right. Then we have Wassenaar agreement. Wassenaar agreement is a export control for conventional arms and dual use goods in technology. All right. So India is also a member of Wassenaar Agreement. It became in member in 2017 and this is 18, sorry. Moving ahead with MTCR, Missile Technology Control Regime. It was created in 1987, way back in 1987, to ensure that the missile technology is not used to limit the proliferation of missile technology. Alright. So India is also a member of MTCR and it became member in 2016. But India is not a member of NSG. Alright, so let's have a look at these statements. The Wassenaar Arrangement prohibits India from exchanging conventional weapons with Russia. No, this is not the case. Rather, Wassenaar Agreement allows country to exchange information with delivery of conventional arms even to non-Wassenaar members. Alright. And India and Russia both are member of Wassenaar Agreement. Alright. Moving ahead, the second statement reads, so this obviously is correct. Second statement reads, the Australian group seeks to ensure that exports do not contribute to the development of chemical or biological weapons. Yes, we just know that second statement is correct. It controls the proliferation of chemical or biological weapons. Chemicals and biological treaty, it is a arrangement to implement them. Let's have a look at the third statement. Nuclear Suppliers Group is a successor to the Coordinating Committee for Multilateral Export Controls. This particular committee, Coordinating Committee for Multilateral Export Control, eventually became Wassenaar Arrangement. Oh, I have been saying agreement. It is an Wassenaar Arrangement. Alright. So it was created in 1996. So third statement is wrong. Okay, this also is wrong because it uses prohibition, but it is not prohibited. So first statement is wrong, second is correct, third is wrong. Let's have a look at the fourth one. Both India and China are members of MTCR. India, as I told you, became a member of MTCR in 2016, but China has applied but not yet become a member of MTCR. So fourth statement is also incorrect. So 2 only is correct. C would be your answer for question number 51. Alright. These export control regimes, multilateral export control regime, are one of the favorite topics of UPSC. So you must have some idea about these, like who are the members, how, what is the procedure to become their member, who can veto. Like in case of NSG, China has been a roadblock in our membership of NSG till now. Alright. So moving ahead. Question number 52. Which of the following nations share land borders with Russia? You know that Russia is a big country spread over Eurasia, and there are multiple countries which border Russia. These include, we know, Estonia is there, Latvia is there, Lithuania is there. Then we know Belarus, very much news in Ukraine, is also there. Same is the case with Georgia. Then Azerbaijan is also there. Here we have Kazakhstan, of course. China is there. Then we have Mongolia is here. Then it also shares border with North Korea, a very small border here. So these are the land borders. I think I have covered all, maybe. Just cross check it once. Alright. Oh, I have not covered these. If Finland is here, then we have Sweden. Sweden is here, but Sweden actually does not share border. Norway shares border because it goes over and spreads like this. This is Norway, and Sweden is sandwiched between Finland and Norway. All right. So let's have a look at the options. We have Finland. Yes, we have. Moldova. No, we don't have. Lithuania, we have. Armenia. No, we don't have. Like Armenia is here, just between, just below Georgia and Azerbaijan, but it does not share border. Then we have Georgia, yes, and Sweden is not there. So 1, 3 and 5 is correct, and C would be your answer for question number 52. All right. Moving ahead. Question number 99. With reference to New Development Bank and Asian Development Bank. So these are international financing corporations, institutions created in the eastern part of the world to build up parallel and alternative arrangement for financing various projects in different parts of the world. So let's have a look at. So let me give you some idea. NDB, we all know it is New Development Bank. It was created by BRICS countries in 2014 by a summit in in Brazil, in the city called Fortaleza. So it came through Fortaleza Declaration in 2014, and the financing arrangement or the shares are equally distributed between 5 members. Those are BRICS. So each have 20%. All right. And on the other hand, we have Asian Development Bank. It was created in 1966, way back in 1966, and it is headquartered in Philippines, and it is headquartered in Shanghai, I think. Just cross check. Is it Beijing? I recall it Shanghai. All right. So in Asian Development Bank, the shares are not equally divided. Rather, there is domination of US and Japan. And the main focus for NDB is creating infrastructural projects in different parts of the world, including BRICS and other emerging economies or developing countries. All right. It is not for developed countries. So it is focusing on infrastructural development. And on the other hand, ADB is focusing on creating a harmonious relationship, secure environment, and along with that, a resilient and sustainable Asia Pacific region by eradicating poverty. All right, let's have a look at statements. The focus of NDB is on infrastructural development, yes, while that of ADB is on eradication of poverty. Yes, it is absolutely correct. So first statement is correct. Unlike ADB, all the BRICS nations have an equal share in stakes of NDB. We just read this. There is an unequal distribution of shares in ADB, but equal distribution of share in NDB. So second statement is also correct. Let's have a look at the third one. Membership of ADB is limited to only Asia Pacific region, while that of NDB is limited to BRICS. This is an incorrect statement. So third is incorrect. For NDB, recently Egypt also joined from Africa, and Uruguay also joined from South America. So membership is not limited to BRICS, but the ownership and the shares are for now limited to BRICS. All right. So third statement is wrong. Option A is correct. 1 and 2 only for question number 99. All right. So now let's have a look at the polity section. Alright, moving ahead. Question number 18. According to various Supreme Court rulings, the right to livelihood, they're talking about a right to livelihood, is implied from which among the following fundamental rights of the Constitution of India? This is a very straightforward answer. It is Article 21. It is the one of the most fundamental of fundamental rights. It is also the basic structure. It was declared basic structure by the Supreme Court. And Article 21 reads, it is the right to life and personal liberty. Alright, so this contains various plethora of rights have been declared under it, like right to shelter is there, right to health care is there, then right to work is there, that is livelihood. Alright, then right to maybe marriage is there. So lot of rights have been provided under Article 21, and you in any standard book you can see a good list of maybe more than 30-35 rights under Article 21. But there is also one right under Article 19, Clause 1G, which is a fundamental right for evocation. Alright, evocation is fundamental right to work. So that is a right to work, but not livelihood. You have to know that. Otherwise it becomes a confusing angle that livelihood comes under Article 19 or 1G. So this option was given for that confusion only. So C is your correct answer for question 18. Alright. Moving ahead. Question number 49. With reference to the acquisition of foreign territory by India, consider the following statement. Foreign territory cannot be acquired by India without amending the constitution under Article 368. So this statement is incorrect. For acquiring any foreign territory, it can be done under Article 2 as well by amending the constitution without considering it as an amendment under Article 368. Alright, so foreign territory can be acquired through various ways. It can be directly admitted to the union itself, or it can be created as a new state, or maybe it can become a part of existing state, or maybe of course it can become a UT. So there have been constitutional amendments to acquire the territory. For example, Sikkim was acquired after independence in 1975-76 by Constitutional Amendment 35 and 36. It was replaced by 36 then and became a full-fledged part of India by 36th Constitutional Amendment Act. 36th Constitutional Amendment Act. But as the statement reads, it was not under Article 368. Alright. No special majority was needed to acquire a foreign territory. So first statement is wrong. Let's have a look at the second one. On the acquisition of foreign territory, the pre-acquisition laws and rights become null and void automatically. So this is the keyword here, automatically. Whatever the laws and rights, let's consider the case of Sikkim only. If at all there were some rights, some laws already in Sikkim, but when it became part of India, it also inherited its laws, its rights. Alright. But Indian laws also started applying there. And if at all government of India decides to forego those laws which Sikkim already had, it obviously can. So pre-acquisition laws and rights do not automatically become. It is the discretion of government of India, or maybe the one we are acquiring, the one which is being acquired by. So it is not automatically done. It depends on India only. So second statement is incorrect. Let's have a look at the third one. Foreign territory which becomes part of India on acquisition may be constituted into a new state. Yes, we just saw it. It can be constituted into a new state. So third statement is correct. 1 and 2 are wrong. So B is your correct answer for question number 49. Alright. Moving ahead. Question 55. Which of the following bodies come under the definition of Article 12? Which of the following bodies come under the definition of state under Article 12? So state is a very broad term, and in our constitution, Article 21 explicitly mentions the term state, and it also tries to explain it. So state is any government body, government agency created by constitution or by statutory law, or being funded by the government, or government has some management control, or maybe influencing its operation. So any of these, if applied, it becomes a part of state itself under Article 12. Alright. So let's have a look at the options. First is cooperative societies. See, cooperative societies apparently appears to be a part of state because it is associated with government. But we must also be aware that cooperative societies are not explicitly a part of government. They can be private also. It can be within state or multi-state cooperative bodies also. But government has no funding there, no management control there, and it does not oversee the operations of cooperative society. So cooperative societies are not considered as state under the definition of Article 12. State Electricity Board, we all know that they are part of state. So second option is correct. Then ONGC, obviously it's a PSU. It obviously is a state. It is a government agency. Then we have Children Aid Society. So this, many people might not be aware, but Children Aid Society is a government funded NGO. Government of Maharashtra funds Children Aid Society to uplift and aid the children in need. Alright. So if funded, as we just saw, if funded by the government, it becomes part of state. So fourth option is also correct. Then Airport Authority of India, we already know, is a government agency, government authority. So fifth is also correct. So only cooperative societies are not part of state. So B becomes your answer for question number 55. Alright. Moving ahead. Question 58. Which of the following statement is our correct regarding Narcotics Crime Bureau? So this has been pretty much active over the past year. Obviously after some sensationalized cases in Bollywood, Narcotic Control Bureau is very much active and is very much in news. So in our constitution itself, we have Article 47, which is the directive to control and prohibit the consumption of such intoxicating drugs which are injurious to health. So this is a directive to the state that we have to prohibit such drugs which are harmful to the health. So for this, in 1986, an act named Narcotics, Drug and Psychotropic Substance Act was created in 1980. The act is of 1985, but under it, the body NCB was created in 1986. It came into existence in 1986. So it is a statutory body. Alright, let's have a look at these statements. It is a statutory body constituted under this act. We just discussed it. Yes. First option is correct. It monitors and implement crime and criminal tracking network and systems, CCTNS. No, this is not done by Narcotics Control Bureau. It is done by National Crime Records Bureau. It is done by NCRB. It is a project established in 2009 to develop a database and connect that database at the national level. It is done by NCRB. So second turns out to be wrong. Let's have a look at third one. It coordinates the action taken by the Ministry of Health. We are obviously talking about NCB and family welfare in respect of matters related to drug abuse. Yes, NCB does this. It coordinates with ministries in matters related to drug abuse. Ministry of Health. Alright, so third statement is correct. Let's have a look at the fourth one. It prepares national drug enforcement statistics. Yes, NCB also conducts research and also prepares national drug enforcement statistics. So your C option is correct for question number 58. Second statement is wrong. It is done by CCTNS is done by NCRB. Is implemented by NCRB. Moving ahead. Question 59. Consider the following statements regarding MS Curie. So this is a very common term you might have heard or read, and it is very common in the news, especially in cases of judiciary. So MS Curie is a person appointed by the judiciary in a particular case where this person has expertise, so that this person can assist in delivery of justice. Alright, so it is obviously a volunteer based position in which a person is appointed as a special volunteer called MS Curie for a particular case where he is an expert. Alright, so let's have a look at this statement. He can only be appointed in civil cases, not in criminal cases. This is a very blanket statement and is not correct. MS Curie can be civil and criminal also. Expertise can be developed in any such cases. So first statement is correct or incorrect because it says not in criminal cases. Alright, let's have a look at second statement. He is a neutral lawyer appointed by the executive to assist the judiciary. No, it is not appointed by the executive. It is appointed by the judiciary itself. So second statement is also incorrect. Let's have a look at third one. The court is free to choose whether or not to accept the information given by MS Curie. See, whatever the expertise, whatever the opinion the volunteer delivers, it is up to judiciary that it wants to consider it and is it relevant for the case. So it is up to judiciary. So this statement is correct. So third statement is correct. Other two are wrong. So B is your answer for question number 59. Alright, moving ahead. Question 60. With reference to the police administration in India, which of the following statement is correct? Let's have a look at the statement. It is mandatory for police official to take permission from a magistrate before registering the FIR in case of cognizable offence. So for this you must be aware what cognizable and non-cognizable offenses are. So in IPC, there are cases which are cognizable and which are considered non-cognizable. Cognizable offenses are offenses of very serious nature. For example, murder, robbery, or maybe kidnapping, which are very serious or can cause direct harm to the life. So here, extraordinary powers have been given to police to deal with such cases, like if it is a cognizable offense, police can arrest without warrant. For example, like a person is being kidnapped and it is reported or the police witnesses it itself. So police will naturally not wait for some magisterial approval. It has to directly arrest, and then the process of law will go further. It is very important to prevent harm to the life of an individual. So cognizable offences empowers police to arrest without warrant. But police cannot or is not needed to go through preliminary inquiry. Preliminary inquiry is not needed in case of cognizable offense to file an FIR. FIR can be directly filed. Police cannot wait for completing the inquiry first, then filing an FIR. Alright. An FIR we know is a first information report provided to police. It can be either oral or written. So police has to register the first information report when the crime is reported. Alright. It is obligation on police to, I think it's section 154 which of CRPC section 154. It obligates police to file FIR. Alright, on the other hand, we have non-cognizable offense which are not of very serious nature. For example, property dispute or marriage dispute, etc., in which there is no direct potential harm to the life of an individual. So these are non-serious offenses. So obviously police does not need to take action right away because there is no as such direct risk. So police is not empowered to arrest without warrant. So it needs a warrant, and warrant is obviously given by magistrate. Alright. So there are two types of offences, cognizable and non-cognizable offences, and police is empowered to arrest without warrant under cognizable offences but not under non-cognizable offences. So let's have a look at the statement now, whatever we have understood. It is mandatory for police official to take permission from magistrate before registering the FIR in case of cognizable offence. So we just saw that magisterial approval is not needed for registering the FIR in cognizable offence. So first statement is incorrect. It is required in non-cognizable offence, but in cognizable offence, police can directly register FIR and maybe arrest the person also. Let's have a look at the statement in option B. Police can investigate a matter in case of non-cognizable offence without the permission of magistrate. So this warrant is not just for arrest, it is also for investigation. For example, there is a property dispute. Police cannot just not barge into a person's house and have a look at the property papers. Alright. So these are some rights provided for the protection of citizen itself. So that permission is taken from magistrate before getting into any investigative process. Alright. So second statement is also incorrect. Police cannot investigate a matter. of non-cognizable offence without the permission of magistrate. Let's have a look at the option C. Preliminary inquiry must be conducted before registration of FIR in case of cognizable offence. We just know that preliminary inquiry is not needed before FIR, so option C is incorrect. Let's have a look at the option D. A police station can register an FIR regarding an offence committed in the jurisdiction of another police station. Yes, this can be done if there are two police stations and they have different jurisdiction, police station 1 and 2, and if the crime is committed in jurisdiction of P2, police station 2, the person can get FIR registered in police station 1 also if it is more accessible. Alright, but this is known as zero FIR because FIR is registered, but this must be transferred from this to this. So this is known as zero FIR, and here the process will restart about the investigation. Alright, so ultimately it would be the same police station with jurisdiction of where the crime is when the crime is committed in their jurisdiction, but FIR can be registered, a zero FIR can be registered and transferred to it. Alright, so option D is the only correct option for question number 60. So answer is D. Moving ahead, question number 62. Which of the following statements are correct regarding tribunals? We know that tribunals in India were created by 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act of 1976, and they were created with the aim to reduce the load the judiciary had, and obviously to improve the expertise in particular cases. Alright, so there were two articles inserted, Article 323A and Article 323B. These were two articles inserted. 323A empowered the Parliament to create administrative tribunals in center and state, two different bodies altogether. And under Article 323B, Parliament or state legislature can create various tribunals other than administrative tribunals. Alright, so let's have a look at these statements. A hierarchy of tribunals can be established under Article 323A. We just have a look. There are two separate administrative tribunals can be created, but there is no point of hierarchy under 323A. Rather, hierarchy can be created under Article 323B. Alright, so first statement is incorrect. Let's have a look at second one. Administrative tribunals created under Article 323A are not bound by the Code of Civil Procedure 1908. Are not bound, it says. So this is obviously correct. They are not bound by the Code of Civil Procedure. Rather, they are bound by principle of natural justice, and also they have the powers of civil court. And also they are not bound by Indian Evidence Act. So they basically work on the principle of natural justice. So second statement is correct. Let's have a look at the third one. Both Parliament and state legislature can establish tribunals under Article 323A. We just saw that state legislature cannot establish tribunals under Article 323A, but it can do it under Article 323B. So third statement is also incorrect. So only second is correct. B would be your answer for question 62. Now we are at question 63. With reference to Lok Sabha Secretariat, consider the following statements. First reads, all appointments to the Lok Sabha Secretariat are made by the President of India in consultation with the Speaker. No, the appointments are not made by the President, rather all appointments are made by Speaker except Group A. Group A are not appointed by Lok Sabha Speaker. Alright, let's have a look at second statement. The Speaker of Lok Sabha holds the power to create temporary posts in the Secretariat after consultation with Ministry of Finance. Yes, this is correct. Speaker can create temporary posts for various grades, but it can create temporary posts for Group A also, but for a particular remit, I think it's 2750 per month. Above it, if at all they are creating temporary post, Speaker has to consult Ministry of Finance to do so. Alright, to create temporary post, they have to consult Ministry of Finance. Alright, moving ahead. So this statement is obviously correct. First is wrong. The Lok Sabha Secretariat assessed parliamentary committees. Yes, it does. Lok Sabha Secretariat, it is created for this aim only, that it can supply information and database and assist the parliamentary committees so that effective decisions can be taken. Alright, so third statement is correct, 2 and 3 are correct. So here option B is correct for question 63. Let's have a look at next question. Question 71. Consider the following statements with reference to the voting mechanism. We are talking about the voting mechanism in Parliament. We all have, if you have seen any bill being passed, and if at all there is some opinion to be taken by the Speaker, then Speaker I asks for voice vote also, right? In which the members, the MPs say ayes, noes, just on the basis of voice, whoever is louder, Speaker decides. And this is also controversial also because this gives the scope of discretion to Speaker. This was also, I think, done during the case of farm bills. When they were passed, they were passed by voice vote, despite there was a claim allegedly that the voice of the people rejecting it was more, but still they were passed. So Speaker has discretion, and this voice vote concept is taken from UK. Alright, it is taken from British India. From UK it came to British India. They were already in Legislative Council using voice votes. Alright, let's have a look at the statement. The concept of voice vote has been borrowed from UK. Okay, yes. Then we have a Speaker in Lok Sabha and Chairman in Rajya Sabha has the right to conduct voice vote. Yes. Voice vote can also be done in Rajya Sabha also, and it depends on the respective chairperson, that is Speaker and Chairman of different houses. Alright, so second statement is also correct. Let's have a look at the third one. Voice vote may also be used for constitutional amendment. See, if seen in a blanket way, this is not correct, but some constitutional amendment, and it says may, it does not categorically say it must be needed. It is the only way to pass constitutional amendments. So it may be needed for constitutional amendment which are not requiring special majority. So all such constitutional amendments which do not require special majority can be passed by voice vote itself. Alright. Otherwise, for cases which require special majority, any such constitutional amendment bills which require special majority must record the votes. What I mean by record the vote is what a particular individual is voting must be recorded. And in his voice vote, obviously, it is depending on the loudness. So we cannot determine who an individual is, which side the individual is. Like it is favoring I or no. For individual, we cannot say that. But when we record the vote, we obviously know the individual opinions. So third statement is correct. D would be your answer for question number 71. Last question from polity. Let's have a read. The emergency situation caused by COVID-19 pandemic means that money granted by the parliament for the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana is found to be insufficient. So money granted was found to be insufficient for Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana. Thus, more fund is needed for the government expenditure over and above the amount for which parliamentary approval was already obtained. So they need more fund over and above the amount already for which already parliamentary approval was obtained for that financial year. So the question is, under these conditions, which of the following grants can the government appropriate the money from? See, there are several grants, and they are as the options are additional, excess, and these are at times these grants become very confusing. So you should have a clear idea which grant is used when. In case of supplementary grant, the approval is already given by the parliament for that particular scheme or service. For example, let's consider this example itself, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana. For this, the service is already up and running and approved in the budget session itself. But if the fund allocated is finished and we need to continue that service, new funds must be appropriated and its approval is needed before withdrawing the amount. So first come money, then only actions or scheme or service can be continued. So this is supplementary grant. Then we have additional grant. So this is particularly for any new service to be introduced which was not already talked about in the budget. So there is some additional new service for which additional grant is given. Alright, you can create your own keywords or tricks to remember it. At times it becomes confusing. So excess grant is quite like supplementary grant. They're quite overlapping, but in excess grant, what happens is, first of all, you exceed the expenditure. You spend the money without appropriating it from the Consolidated Fund of India or without getting the permission. Then for the existing service only, then you get an approval rather than approval first. This is the only difference between supplementary grant and excess grant. For supplementary grant, as you talked about, first we need approval, then we need obviously fund, and then service continues. Here, service is continued and the excess amount which was needed or which was already spent is appropriated and we get approval from the parliament itself. Alright, so this is the major difference and you should be very clear about it. And then we have vote of credit. So this is also known as the blank check given to the executive. So it is for unexpected demand of unprecedented nature. Alright. So now if we look at the question, the emergency situation caused by COVID-19 pandemic means money granted by parliament for this particular scheme is found to be insufficient. So money was insufficient. Thus more fund is needed. So it was already running up and running. More fund is needed and parliamentary approval, fund is needed above the amount for which the parliamentary approval was already given. So doesn't it sound like supplementary grant? Because already parliamentary approval was given, the scheme was up and running. Then we got fund crunch, now need funds so that it can be continued. So obviously A is your correct grant, correct option, supplementary grant. It the statements, the situation reflects supplementary grant. All right. So option A is correct for question 75. So thank you so much.
Hello everyone, so I welcome you all in this All India Simulator test series, and we are about to discuss the economic sections of All India Simulator X. Alright, so let us start the discussion. So first question is related to physical consolidation. It is related to physical consolidation in India. Which of the following activities can have a positive impact on physical consolidation? So if we talk about a little bit of physical consolidation, it basically means that those activities of the government which is resulting in decline in physical deficits or reduction in accumulation of debt stock. Government debt is reducing. All right. So activities which leads to a reduction of deficits or which leads to reduction of government debt. So those strategies of the government, those activities of the government which is leading to reduction of deficits and reduction in debt stock of the government. All right. So how it can be there, what it entails, what activities government can do to achieve this aim of physical consolidation. So first can be, they can go for revenue augmentation. All right. For example, increasing the efficiency in tax collection. All right, increasing the efficiency in tax collection so that given the fixed amount of tax expenditure, we are collecting more taxes. All right, so revenue augmentation can be one strategy. Another can be expenditure rationalization. All right. So on the one side, you are adopting strategies which are increasing your revenues, and on the other side, you are adopting such strategies which are kind of resulting in a reduction of your expenditure. All right. So expenditure rationalization, for example, introducing the direct benefit transfer scheme for subsidy payment, so that any leakage, any ghost beneficiaries in the subsidy payment can be eliminated. All right. So this is this. So in India, the basic parameters for fiscal consolidation is being provided by FRBM Act 2003. FRBM Act 2003, which says that the government deficits as well as the government debt has to be this range or certain percentage of GDP in that year. All right, in that year. Now let us say, so positive effect implementation of FRBM Act, definitely it will have a positive impact, because it will try to say that we have to build upon, or we have to reduce the deficits as well as government debt over a period of time. Then ensuring debt sustainability, that will also lead to fiscal consolidation. You are having manageable debt which you can manage or which you can repay. All right. Then high tax expenditure. So this will not lead to physical consolidation, rather it will lead to physical profligacy. Alright, physical profligacy. Then increasing the off-budget expenditure or off-budget borrowing. So this will also be, not having the positive impact, because even though off-budget borrowings are not included in determination of government deficits, but it is included in government debt. Alright, so if off-budget borrowing is increasing, government debt is increasing, so it is not leading to fiscal consolidation. Alright, so this will not be the case. Then introduction of GST, widening of tax pool, so that more tax collection, more revenue augmentation will be there. And then direct benefit transfer for government subsidies, so that wasteful expenditure on the subsidies can be eliminated. Any leakage, any ghost beneficiaries, those can be eliminated. So this will also lead to physical consolidation in India. So what we have, so apart from 3 and 4, all other are correct. So 1, 2, 5 and 6. 1, 2, 5 and 6. Alright, so let us move to the next question. So this is talking with respect to one-person companies. Alright, one-person company. So any company who has only a single member, or you can say that single stakeholder. Alright, any company which have only single member or a single stakeholders can be called as one-person company. So it has been introduced by Companies Act 2013, and basically the idea was mooted by a committee called 𝐮𝐩𝐝 Irani Committee. 𝐮𝐩𝐝 Irani Committee. So one person company faces or sees less regulatory things as it is seen by the bigger companies or large public listed companies. Alright, so the amount of regulations is less for one person companies in comparison to the companies, large companies or listed companies. Alright, so let us see. An OPC cannot be converted either to a private company or a public company. So this is not correct, because after attaining a certain turnover or threshold, it can be converted to private company or public company. Alright, so next is non-resident Indians are not allowed. So as per the changes made by the budget 2021 and 2022, NRIs are now allowed to set up one-person companies in India. Earlier they were not allowed. However, the changes made has been allowed, or they have been allowed to set up one-person companies in India. So NRIs have been allowed. A person can be member of only one OPC, so this is correct. A single person can be part of only one OPC. Alright, so this is not correct because NRIs have been allowed. So what we have is option D is correct, as 3 is only the correct answer. 3 is only the correct answer. Let us move ahead. So in the context of capital market, so here we are talking about badla trading. Badla trading, where trades can be carried forward without settlement. Alright, trade can be carried forward without settlement. So that is majorly the meaning of badla trading. Alright, so let us say a person wants to buy a share of X companies, but he do not have money right now. So he will go to some badla financier who will buy the share on his behalf, and when this person A has the money, he will buy it from the B. That is what the badla trading is all about. Okay, so here the option is B. The settlement system in specified securities provide for carrying forward of transaction. All right, carrying forward of transaction. So let us move ahead. All right, so here we are talking about development financial institutions which have been created. So National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development, NBFID, which has been created as a development financial institution to provide loans for the infrastructure development. So development financial institution. All right, so National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. One of the things which you should keep in mind is what is the difference between the banks and DFIs is that banks can accept deposit from the people, whereas DFIs do not accept deposit of people. Malik. So they get their money from, let us say, government, multilateral bodies, getting loans from multilateral bodies, all those things. All right, so they can buy from different institutions. All right, so in case of NBFID, which has been created as development financial institution. So one of the primary aim of development financial institution is to provide loans for long tenure, and in a sector which has a certain risk. All right, which has a certain risk, which cannot be simply seen by scheduled commercial banks. That is why we have a different institutions, development financial institutions, to provide loans to those sectors. All right, for example, infrastructure development, road development, railways, all those things. So let's see. It cannot accept demand deposits directly from the people. So this is correct. This is one of the key features of DFIs. The share of central government in NBFID cannot be reduced below 51%. All right, so NBFID provides for 100% government ownership, which can be over a period of time or subsequently reduced to 26%. Reduced to 26%. It can be reduced from 100% to till 26%. All right, so that is why this is not correct. Third is, it will facilitate the development of bond markets for infrastructure financing. So this is correct. Development financial institutions will lead to development of bond market for infrastructure financing. All right, so DFIs provide loans for development of infrastructure. All right. And again, last is, it can raise fund both in Indian rupee and foreign currency. So this is also correct. So NBFID, they can take loans either from government or from RBI, from scheduled commercial banks, mutual fund. All right. They can also approach multilateral bodies such as World Bank or Asian Development Bank, and they can get loan from there also. So they can raise fund both in Indian rupees as well as in foreign currency. So except to everything is correct. So we have as option C is correct here. Option C is correct here. Let us move ahead. All right, so this is one of the phenomena which we are seeing in the recent time. So it is the practice of reducing the size of product while maintaining its sticker price. All right, it is a form of hidden inflation. It is common in the food and beverages sector. The main reason for this type of inflation is increase in the various elements of production costs such as raw material, labor and power cost. Identify the inflation type. Alright, so basically it is in the news, and what we are talking about, shrinkflation. Alright, we are talking about shrinkflation. So due to Russia invasion on Ukraine, what we have seen is that cost of crude oil has increased. So India being the large importer of crude oil, so that is what is fueling inflation. So in the recent past, we are seeing that inflation is rising. All right. So crude oil prices is rising, and other factors are also there which are leading to rise in inflation. Now what the one thing company is doing in order to pass on this rising prices to consumers, they are not changing the sticker price of the commodity. For example, earlier also you were getting 5-star chocolate in rupees 10. Now also you will get 5-star chocolate in rupees 10. However, what company is doing is that they are very conveniently changing the amount which was earlier there. For example, let us say earlier 10 rupees chocolate contained 100 gram of chocolate. Now what they are saying is they are shrinking the size of the chocolate without any change to the sticker price. Alright, so earlier 10 rupees 100 gram chocolate, now they will say that 10 rupees 70 gram, or let us say 60 gram chocolate. So the price has been maintained because Indian consumers are very price sensitive. So they have stick to the sticker price. However, they have reduced the quantity earlier which you are getting. For example, let us say the example of a very popular toothpaste, Colgate. Let us say earlier you were buying this Colgate at, let us say, rupees 20. In 20 rupees you are getting 100 grams of Colgate toothpaste. Now what the company is doing, that the price is same, that is 20 rupees. You will pay 20 rupees, but the amount of Colgate toothpaste you will get is, let us say, only 80 grams, 70 grams or 60 grams. So that is what is the companies are doing to mitigate the impact of rising inflation, or to pass on this increased cost to the consumers. All right. So shrinkflation. All right. So this is the thing which is there in the news. All right. So let us move ahead. Let us move to next question. Which of the following statement regarding the Swiss challenge? So Swiss challenge is method of bidding. You bid for something. So it is a method of bidding to get a contract. All right, so any person with, or any company with relevant experience, can initiate or can propose their bid to government. All right, they can propose their changes or what they want to the government. Okay, this is my proposal to you for certain project, let us say. What government does is it makes public the bidding details of the initiator. Okay, these are the things which has been proposed by, let us say, person X or company X. Now any person can propose a counter proposal. Any person can propose a counter proposal which, let us say, builds upon the earlier proposal and it improves upon it. It improves upon it. Now the initial proposer has the right that, okay, I will accumulate this and no, I will provide in lesser amount than the counter proposal which has been provided. Or else the person who is providing the counter proposal, if he is getting the providing services in lesser amount, he or she will be getting that contract. So that is what we are calling as Swiss challenge method. Swiss challenge method basically utilized for infrastructure development. Alright. So which of the following statement is correct with respect to Swiss challenge method? The developer initiates the bid for project instead of the government. So this is the correct. No, rather than government going and initiating the bidding, the developer or a person initiate that, okay, we want certain changes and this is my proposal towards this change. Auction details are not made public, so they are made public. They are made public. The bidding is open only to selected developers based on the previous experience, so note it is open to all. A bidder cannot quote a lower amount than quoted by the previous bidder. So definitely a bidder can quote a lower amount than quoted by the previous or other bidders. Alright. So this is also not correct. So what we have is option A is correct here. Let us move ahead. Which of the following are possible consequence of external debt default? Alright, when a country is not able to pay the external loans which it has taken, we may say that the country is defaulting on their external debt. The country is defaulting on their external debt. Alright. It can cause devaluation of domestic currency of the country. It can make the imports expensive and the exports cheaper for the country. It can cause substantial rise in the interest rate and it will make the country more attractive to foreign investors. Alright. So if there is a rise in external debt, so that there has been no country is not able to pay their external debt, so there will be definitely the devaluation of the currency by the government. Alright, so as to promote their exports, Alright, that is one of the strategy utilized by the government. Alright. So this is correct. It can cause devaluation of the currency, and once the currency is devaluated, you know that the exports becomes competitive or exports become cheaper and imports becomes expensive. Alright. For example, $1 is equal to rupees 70, and if the rupee has been devaluated, let us say $1 is equal to rupees 90. So what it shows is our exports will become competitive and our imports will become costlier. That is why we are calling as imported inflation will be reflected. Alright. So this is also correct. It can cause a substantial rise in interest rates. So this is also correct. Once the external debt default occurs, it can lead to substantial rise in interest rates. It will make the country more attractive to foreign investors. Nobody is going to invest in a country which is facing external debt default. Alright. So what is the answer? 1, 2 and 3. Option D is correct here. Option D is correct here. Let us move ahead. Alright, different types of taxes and descriptions. So these are the type of questions I would say that any serious candidate should not miss it. Alright, because these are the very static thing, and any person who has devoted certain number of hours should be able to do it. So ad valorem tax based on the value of the thing. All right. You are buying car, let us say rupees 1 lakh, and it is attracting a GST of, let us say, 28%. All right. So 28,000 you will be paying as tax. So based on value of tax, ad valorem. Then Tobin tax, duty on spot currency trades, to discourage the currency speculation. Tobin tax. Then Pigovian tax, so to overcome the negative externalities caused by anything. All right. For example, carbon emission tax. All right. To reduce the negative externalities by the company. All right. So this is also there. And then transfer tax, basically when you are transferring your ownership to someone, we call it as transfer tax. All right. So a tax on capital gains, this is capital gain tax. So which of the pairs given above is are correct? So 1, 2, 3 are correct. 1, 2, 3 are correct. All right. So let us move ahead. With regard to subsidies provided by the government of India, which of the following statement are correct? All right. Capital subsidy is provided by the government to promote the creation of storage facilities for farm produce. So this is correct. This is correct. Government provides for capital subsidy. The total annual food subsidy has risen consistently during the last decade. So again, a kind of trend-based questions. So here, this is not correct. It is not correct that it has risen consistently. So there may be some ups and downs. So it is not that it has risen consistently. And then tax concessions provided by the government is a type of indirect subsidy. All right, indirect subsidy, that is correct. For example, government said that it may provide certain amount of tax holiday for a company who is investing in, let us say, less developed areas or tribal areas. All right. So 1 and 3, option C is correct. Let us move ahead. Which of the following challenges are being faced by Indian steel industries? Which are faced by Indian steel industries? So first is higher cost of borrowing in India as compared to developed countries. So steel industry is very labor intensive and capital intensive. So higher cost of borrowing is one of the challenges which Indian steel industry is facing. All right. Second is dependence on imported coking coal. All right. So this is also one of the challenge faced by Indian steel industries, because India is highly dependent on imported coking coal. All right. So India has a large reserve of iron as well as large reserves of coal also, but the coking coal, India is very much dependent on imports. All right. So again, third is scarcity of iron ore and coal reserves. So this is not correct. India has abundance or sufficient iron ore and coal reserves. Fourth is increasing use of aluminium. So that is also one of the challenge to the steel sector, that the automobile sector has now increasingly using the aluminium because it is cheaper. The weight of the car becomes lighter or lesser in comparison when they are using the steel, and the overall average of the car will increase. So that is why aluminium is preferred. All right. So this is also one of the challenges. So what we have apart from 3, 1, 2 and 4, option B is correct here. All right. So let us move ahead. Which of the following factors can cause a rise in general level of prices, or which can cause a inflation in the economy? increase in government spending. All right, so it can put more money to people and it can lead to demand push inflation. Depreciation of Indian currency, how it can lead to inflation. Look, depreciation of Indian currency, it may lead to increasing cost of import, especially the crude oil prices, which is happening right now, and it is leading to what a term is used is imported inflation. Inflation caused due to increase in cost of imports. All right, so depreciation of Indian currency, our imports will become costlier. And in case of India, we say that crude oil prices will increase, so it will impact everything. Increase in interest rates, it leads to reduction in money supply. So it will not lead to inflation, rather it is an instrument used to fight inflation. Less inflow of non-debt foreign capital, for example FDI and FPI. If it is less, then again it will not lead to inflation, as this may not lead to creation of more jobs, etc. All right, so this also will not lead to inflation. Non-debt foreign capital, FDI and FPI, if this will be FDI, let us say FDI is less, so it may not lead to creation of more employment opportunities. All right, so money with the people is not increasing, all those things. So it may not lead to inflation, less inflow. All right, less inflow. So 3 and 4 is not correct. So what we have is option A. All right, so let us move ahead. In the context of Indian economy, which of the following are the possible effects of depreciation of domestic currency? All right, so depreciation, there are two words, and devaluation. All right, so in case of both the things, impact is same. It's just that the meanings are different. Depreciation is due to market forces and devaluation is majorly due to purposely done by any external agency. All right. So if you're talking about depreciation, meaning $1 is equal to, let us say, rupees, earlier it was 70, now it has $1 is equal to rupees 90. So what we say that a rupee has depreciated vis-a-vis dollar. All right. So it widens the current account deficit because imports will become costlier. So this is correct. It poses an inflationary risk, which we have seen that imported inflation can be the case. All right, so it reduces the external borrowing cost. So it not reduces, rather it increases the external borrowing cost. All right, since the rupee has depreciated. All right, so what we have is option B, 1 and 2 only. 1 and 2 only. All right, so that is all with regard to economics. And I hope everybody is doing well, and all the best for the upcoming prelims exam. All right, thank you.